Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome all to the 2024 MLB trade deadline Nerdstravaganza. You're probably wondering what we're doing today. It is currently 9:30. Trade deadline is until 3, and I'm on the West Coast, so I'm using Pacific time for this. Probably wondering what are we doing today? What are we sitting here for 6 hours for? Well, great question. I'm glad you asked. Basically, here's the deal. Today, we're going to be reacting to every deal. See what I did there? Deal. Let me pretend that was funny. And we are going to be giving some commentary. We're going to be giving some opinions on it. We're going to be kind of keeping track of everything. I have a trade deadline tracker that I use. I've got MLB TR up. I've got TSN. And I've got Twitter off to the side. So, just going to share the stream real quick. And then we're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, before I forget, we are also going to be opening up some baseball cards later today. I've got some, what is this? Got some Topps cards from 1988. There we go. Topps cards from 1988. We're going to be opening these. And we've also got another set of cards right here. These are Genres baseball cards also from 1988. Oh, wrong way. There we go. So I'm just going to share the stream really quickly, and once I do that, we're going to go ahead and get started. So I do appreciate you all tuning in to my stream. I know there's a lot of streams out there that you could tune into, and I appreciate you choosing this one. Just make sure we are live. Yes, we are live indeed. How long are we going to be here for? Quite a while, actually. We're going to be here until 3:15, 3:20. And so yeah, we'll be around. We'll be around for a while. We're gonna hopefully get all the trades. Hopefully the Padres trade for a starter. That would be nice. I really do think they need to do that. That's the one piece that they need. I can't seem to type MLB. Maybe trade deadline live stream. I will be trimming this later and then just posting highlights of this, so you can all kind of just go back and enjoy some of the more lighthearted moments of the stream. No, I don't want a GIF. No, not a GIF. I want to post a picture. And that is out. With that being said, we're going to get started with some of these reactions to trades. Now, you saw yesterday my video on the Jason Adam trade for the San Diego Padres, and my stance on that remains the same. If anything, I think the prospect haul now, looking back on it from where we are, is a little bit better than I thought. Simply because, and I'm going to pull this up here. There we go. Let me pull this up, share screen. Because of this trade right here. Just because of that trade. We all saw the Yusei Kikuchi deal. I thought it was just going to be Jake Bloss when it was reported. I was away from computer at the time, so I wasn't really paying attention. But I thought it was just going to be Jake Bloss for Yusei Kikuchi, and I thought, okay, kind of makes sense. You want an experienced veteran pitcher to come into your team, come into your rotation, and in exchange you're sending away a young pitching prospect who could be good later, but you're trying to win now. And then we get to including Loper, Fido, and Wagner, and that's where it gets tricky, because Joey Loper-Fido has a great track record in the minor leagues, and then Will Wagner is another top prospect of this team. So there are a lot of moving pieces to this deal, but I'm just going to pull up, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to pull up my trade deadline trade tracker. This is my personal spreadsheet. I make it on Google Docs, so I just like it. It just feels easier. But as you can see there on screen, Yusei Kikuchi for the number 2, 5, and 19 prospects, according to Baseball America, is pretty much a substantial, pretty big deal. And we've got news from, I believe this is Mark Feinsand. Yes, we got news from Mark Feinsand. We got, let me pull this up over here. Let's see, notifications, Feinsand, show this tab. Instead, we got Mark Feinsand tweeting, The Reds will be getting Emilio Pagan and Ian Jabot back from the IL, so they need to make room on the roster. Lucas Sims, Buck Farmer, Tony Santillan, and Jacob Junis are on those. Are out of minor league options and could potentially be on the move today. There is a name on this list that actually intrigues me, and I'm actually going to go back to sharing the Kikuchi thing while I pull this up. But when it comes to Kikuchi, like, I wanted him on the Padres. I thought it was going to take like Brandon Valenzuela, Jackson Wolf, and then another prospect who isn't ranked on MLB Pipeline. It took a lot more than that, as you without a doubt saw. How is he doing this year? I do hope you enjoyed the lo-fi music courtesy of what's it called? The courtesy of StreamYard. I mean, after that, it's a tiny sample size. Ugh. I mean, this guy's... The reliever I was looking at, for those of you wondering, I was looking at Tony Santillan. Because I was like, okay, that name sounds good, and he probably will not cost a lot. But then I realized the Padres do not need a right-handed reliever. Also, going back to Fine Sand, you say Jacob Junis is out of minor league options. He was traded. Like, okay, let me pull this up now because you know how it is. Let me pull up this trade as I drop my phone. There we go. Jacob Junis is in the Frankie Montas deal. Like, I don't think the Reds... excuse me. I had to pick up my phone because it fell. I don't think the Reds are going to be concerned about getting... Oh, wait. He said the Reds. Wow. I misread. A blunder by me. So, Fine Sand is saying they're out of minor league options, so they could be on the move today. I honestly, like, if I had to guess... Like, it's possible that they do get traded. Okay, I'm going to go back to this trade. But it's possible that the Reds could look to move any of those guys. Like, for Junis, what I could see Cincinnati doing is you retain half of that contract. It's like $7 million for the season, like $3 million left. If you retain half of that, you get a bigger prospect haul if you're the Reds. So I think I could see them very well see them keeping that. Excuse me. So it is a very likely possibility that he gets moved. But going back to the Frankie Montas trade, I mean, it was interesting. Certainly. I mean, Frankie Montas going to the Milwaukee Brewers and Joey Weimer and Jacob Junis going back to Cincinnati. Like, I'm going to pull up Frankie Montas' Savant page because I was a little confused by it. If I can spell Frankie Montas. There he is. Like, if we just look at this, like all the blue is a little confusing personally. Like I know he was really good with the A's. Like, if we go back to 2021 when he was with the A's, like, he was really good there. And then 2022 was, I believe, when he went to the Yankees. Not as good. Last season when he barely pitched, like, there's no data on that. And this year, excuse me, like, the pitch usage is pretty much the same as before. Like, it's definitely the same pitch use. Like, he's still using the splitter. Did he use the cutter back in 22? Let's see. Not as often as he did. Because something I personally look for when it comes to pitchers included in trades is there is always the look at these stats, like the pitch chart. Like, he's using the cutter the third most of all his pitches, but it has the worst numbers, like 388 batting average and 364 expected average. Like, I'm not a pitching coach. Like, I never got to be that level of kind of thing. But if I was a pitching coach and I saw that, I would just tell my pitcher to stop throwing his cutter. Or, like, maybe work on improving some of the movement on it. I usually have a baseball around here, but I don't have one right now. The Frankie Montas deal, I get it for Milwaukee. Like, I really do understand it for the Milwaukee Brewers. Like, they're trying to fortify that rotation. They did get Aaron Savale, which I think was a really good move. I think that they did a good job in getting Aaron Savale because you need more length in that rotation. Am I lagging? Okay, let's share. New post from it's Morosi. What do you got? What do you got, John? What do you got for us? Share screen. Of note, Jack Flaherty and Mike Shildt had a good relationship. Flaherty was a Cardinal. Shilt's Padres looking to add a starter. Flaherty's available. Okay, in other news, grass is green and the sky is blue. Got it. Okay, so that's enough out of Morosi. Let's see. What do we got in MLB TR? What do we got? Cardinals are hoping to add to their bullpen. Okay. I know St. Louis. Where's Fangraphs? I just had this pulled up before this. Oh, here we go. Move you over here. But look at Fangraphs like bullpen over the year. Okay, how is Miami the second most valuable bullpen in baseball? How? I mean, I understand they've had emergencies this year, so it makes sense. I'm just going to type in hello. What trades do we see happening today? Just typing that in the comments so that people can, interact. Excuse me, I'm going to mute for a second because I need to sneeze. All right, we're back. So, going back to the Cardinals bullpen is... Where are you, St. Louis? Oh, here you are, St. Louis. You're 9th in the league. I mean, let's see. I'm trying to see. I mean, 3.6 in terms of FIP. Let's use FIP for this. Loading. I don't want to see Tristan Casas swing. I don't want car advertisements. Loading. Thank you, Fangraphs. I'm not exporting this data. I just need to see it. Let's see. Do we got any comments with us today? I don't know if this is working. There we go. St. Louis is 8th in FIP. There we go. So St. Louis is 8th in FIP this season. I mean, I understand. It's upgrading a strength. And I can't harp on you for upgrading a strength of your team simply because your team is you're trying to win. Like, that's what it's about at the end of the day. Your team, you want to win, and yeah. So I personally understand why they want to fortify their bullpen. I just don't know how they would do that, personally. We got no chats in the no comments yet to go off of, so we're just gonna keep going. What other moves have gone down? Let me share my spreadsheet again. Right, so I think a deal that's kind of getting talked about a lot today is right here. It's the Lane Thomas to Cleveland deal. Now, I'm going to be honest. I know Cleveland has a really solid farm system, without a doubt. I know that they are in a really good spot to make trades. I just don't think Lane Thomas was the guy to go for there. Like, you had all this time. You had a lot of options. You need to fortify your outfield, and to go out and get Lane Thomas? Like, this isn't to harp on Lane Thomas. Don't get me wrong. He's a good player. But he's a platoon bat. Like, he hits really well against lefties, and he doesn't hit as well against righties. He hits like 224 against righties, whereas he hits somewhere in the 300s against lefties. So you paid that much for Lane Thomas, which to me, like, if you're a Washington Nationals fan, like, it's a little confusing because I'm not a Nationals fan, so I don't understand. I understand that you got him for pretty much nothing, but at the same time, like, you traded. I mean, you did get a lot more back than you had to trade away to get him, but at the same time, like, Cleveland, what are we doing? You have an elite farm system, and you make this deal of all the deals you could have made. Cleveland needs a starter more than they needed Lane Thomas, because they have a lot of great young outfield prospects. You have Angel Martinez, you have Steven Kwan. I know Kwan is not a prospect anymore, but he's still really good. You could have Jhonkensy Noel playing right field. He's got a cannon of an arm. So I don't get why Cleveland went out and got Lane Thomas. Like, of all the outfield bats you could have gotten, you picked Lane Thomas, and you gave away Alex Clemmy, who was your number 8 prospect. You just drafted early last season. You gave up Rafael Ramirez, who was, I don't know much about Rafael Ramirez, but he was in your 20s, and you gave away Jose Tena, who was ranked as highly as number 11 last season. I think this is a steep overpay by the Guardians. I think the Nationals definitely made out like bandits here. Like, Washington did really good in this deal. Now, if Lane Thomas can fix those issues of being a mainly platoon bat, this could get better. Without a doubt, it could be a better deal. But Lane Thomas to Cleveland, it feels like one of those deals where you can kind of just name a winner right away. And I would say that Washington got the better of them in that deal. Right. The last deal of yesterday was here. We got Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson going from San Francisco to the Braves. Now, I don't understand why the Giants made this deal, and now they're not going to trade Snell. Like, you retain no money in this trade. Like, you cleared all that money off of your roster, and now you go out and you're like, oh yeah, we have this guy who's pitching really well. Oh, we're not going to trade him. Really? Like, do you not see the market for pitching? Do you have any news? Nope. No news as of yet. Anyways, San Francisco. Do you see the market for pitching? Do you see how much... Again, you literally right above that on the spreadsheet, you can see how much the Astros sent in their desperation for Yusei Kikuchi. And you don't make a trade? You don't look to trade Blake Snell? Like, if you trade Blake Snell and you keep half his salary for the remainder of the year, like, you are going to be in a really, really good spot. Because, I'm going to say this again, the pitching market is always one where teams have to overpay. And now teams are scrambling to look at other options simply because you're probably looking to... You're probably just asking too much. Oh, and we got some news. This is not from one of our major guys. This is from Craig Mish, beat writer of the Marlins. Let's share this tab instead. Marlins appear to be closing in on a trade for left-hander Trevor Rogers, with several teams still pushing for him. The club will then turn its attention to their relief pitching. Okay, Miami, I'm going to be honest. I don't think this is half a bad idea. Like, let me look up how many more years of team control Rogers has for the purpose of the stream. Let's see here. Trevor Rogers. I think he has like 3 more years of team control, 2 more years of team control, if I remember correctly. It's my memory's kind of fuzzy on this one. Here we are. 2 more years of team control, so he's a free agent after 2027. Now, is he having the greatest of years? Not really. Because, I mean, he started the year injured, and when he comes back, he hasn't been the same. But he's only making $1.5 million this season. Like, that is... Any team can fit that into their luxury tax calculations. Let me see how he's doing this year, because I don't have the numbers like right in front of me. His middle name's Jadaniel. Wow, that I did not know. Let's see. Trevor Rogers. Share screen. Nope. Share this tab instead. Okay, he's doing better than I thought he was doing. I mean, 2-9 isn't great. 4.53 is okay. Like a 153 whip is not good. Strikeouts, don't know how to feel about that, but he's kind of coming around. He's 1-1 with a 3.47 ERA in his last 7 games. Oh, the strikeouts are coming back. That's good. Now, let's see. I'm going to go to Savant now because I haven't really done my research on Trevor Rogers because I genuinely didn't think they were going to trade him. Like, if I'm being completely honest. We are up here on some... Oh, Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. How was he last year? What about his last full season? No, not 2023. Give me 10. Ugh. Yeah, oh my god. I don't know. I guess you're trading him to a team that has a lot of faith that they can, like, I don't want to say fix him, but that they can help him fix his pitches. If you're the Marlins, like, I get it. You're trying to move pieces throughout the roster. You're really blowing it up, but at the same time, this is not like good looking. Like, the only good things are extension and ground ball rate. What pitch is giving him issues this year? Let's see. Well, he upped the use of the sinker, dropped the use of the four seam. Okay, so the changeup is still giving him issues. And it's still the pitch he uses the most. How much? No, he uses it the third most. Yeah, I think just this stuff just needs an overhaul at this point. So I don't know what the Marlins are doing. If I'm the Marlins and I look to trade Trevor Rogers, like, what are you going to get for him? Like, if it says comparable pitchers, 2023 Steven Matz, 2020 Derek Holland. Haven't heard that name in a while. So I found the Marlins. I mean, if you can get whatever you can get for him, like, that is, you are making out like bandits if you get like a top 30 prospect for him. Will you get a top 30 prospect? I don't know. But, like, you could? I really have no idea at this point. But, it's certainly possible. Just gonna share just gonna repost the stream one more time. There we go. And we'll see what happens from there. Who do I personally think gets traded today? That is a great question. Where is he? Who do I want the Padres to go out and get? Can I share tab? Yeah, I can share tab. Give me Cal Quantrill in the pods. Like, Quantrill is a guy I really would love to see back in San Diego. Like, I was really high on him as a prospect, but look at this. The off-speed run value, 99th percentile. The only player who has an 100th percentile off-speed is Tyler Anderson. And I know because I did a video on it. So, when it comes to the Padres and what they're going to do, they need a starter. And I genuinely do not think it is going to be Jack Flaherty. I think that ship has more or less sailed. Oh, we got someone saying sup. Hello there, welcome to the stream. If you have any questions about the trade deadline or any predictions you think are going to happen, by all means drop them in the comments for anyone who's watching now. Really appreciate you joining the stream. We're going to be live until the deadline, until like 15 past 3. So we'll be online, we'll be around. So thank you for joining. I know there are a lot of trade deadline streams you could choose to watch, and I appreciate you choosing this one. So, where was I? Yes, Cal Quantrill. I think the Rockies should trade him because I think there was a rumor that they weren't going to extend him. I'm pretty sure I read that. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I read that. MLBTR says, okay, the Yankees are interested in Rengifo, Finnegan, and Lucas Erceg. Oh, we got a comment from Garrett the Goat. Thank you for joining. Where do I think Tanner Scott will go? I had him going to Baltimore when I did predictions a couple of days ago in a video I had. I pulled up the MLBTR top 50. Nope, that's the wrong document. That's not what I was trying to pull up. But I think Tanner Scott, I had him going to Baltimore. Now I don't see that as likely. Tanner Scott, I don't think he goes to the Dodgers or Philadelphia. Maybe the Braves make a play for him because they just dealt Tyler Matzik. I mean, I can see the Braves as a possibility, but I think he goes to the AL. Honestly, I don't see a realm where he stays in the National League simply just because the National League isn't as strong, and I don't know if, like, as outside of the Dodgers and the Phillies, what contender in the National League has a particularly strong farm system? Like, for me, that's what it really is about. Actually, let's see how Tanner Scott is doing. Now I'm curious. Tanner Scott. There. Yeah. Any team would like this. I think a lot of teams would like that. I don't think Cleveland goes out and gets him, even though a bullpen with him and Clase would be filthy. And I think that Cleveland would somehow fix his command, like, because that's just what they do. But anyways, back to Cal Quantrill. I think he would be a good fit for the Padres. Now, some of these advanced numbers aren't great. He's not striking out a ton of guys. The ground ball rate is in a nice percentile. Barrel rate is pretty good. I mean, he's overperforming his numbers a little bit. But I still think, like, there is something here with which to work with if you are the San Diego Padres. So that, and he knows Padre pitching coach Ruben Niebla. He's familiar with the Padres organization. So I think that's definitely a candidate if you are the San Diego Padres. I'm trying to think back to a video I did about starters. There's another starter that might be of interest to the Padres. I just don't see it as likely, simply because they're not going to go out that far, and that is Chris Flexen. I think Chris Flexen will probably go for not even a top 30 prospect, if I'm being quite honest. I know the pitching market is that good, but Chris Getz really fumbled the bag with sending away Tommy Pham and Eric Fetty for Miguel Vargas, and two guys who haven't reached high A. So, if I'm being honest, I don't really have a ton of faith in Chris Getz. I don't know what's going to happen, especially with the Crochet situation. Like, I know Garrett Crochet, like, what was I trying to say here about Crochet? I know he put out the whole thing about, like, he's looking for an extension to pitch in October. At the end of the day, I don't really think, like, to be honest with you, I don't think it's going to matter. Like, it really isn't. Like, he's going to pitch in October regardless, I feel like, because how can you go to a new team and say, oh yeah, like, give me money before I pitch in October? Like, that just doesn't make sense. And we've got some news from Robert Murray. The Pirates are acquiring pitcher Josh Walker from the Mets. He'd recently been DFA'd. Okay, so pretty much just a waiver claim. So, not a ton to go off of there. Who else do I think gets traded today? Actually, you know what? Let's talk about Jack Flaherty a little bit. If I can spell Jack Flaherty. There we go. Jack Flaherty. Like, if you look at this is like, nope, wrong season. Definitely the wrong season. Also the wrong season. That's 2019. That's this year. He's back to, like, prime Flaherty. Oh, we got another comment. Thank you for sticking around. Predictions on Taylor Ward and Luis Rengifo. Luis Rengifo feels to me like a Yankee. Like, I put him going to the Yankees in a recent video I did. I don't know if he ends up being a Yankee because the Yankees just got Chisholm. So, let me check my prediction sheet. Rengifo. Where did I send Luis Rengifo? I mean, the only prediction I made for Rengifo was the New York Yankees, because that just made sense. But then they went out and got Jess Chisholm, so I don't know anymore. And then as for Taylor Ward, I know earlier in the month there was a report he was going to Pittsburgh. I don't know if that's still the case. I think the Pirates would be a good fit for him. Did I say, where did I predict him to? Taylor Ward. I also thought Kansas City would be a good fit for him. So either the Pirates or the Royals. Anyways, back to Jack Flaherty. I mean, he's doing really good this season. Like, he's like not walking anybody. He's striking out 32% of batters as a starter, which for starters isn't that high of a percentile. His slider and curveball look to have found their bite again. Like, comparable pitchers. I mean, those are pretty good seasons. If we go down here, like, his worst pitch is a sinker and he barely throws it. So, I mean, everything else, like his fastball isn't getting hit particularly hard. Although his slider is the pitch that's allowed the most home runs. Like, the only issue with Jack Flaherty is the home runs. Like, if you're going to trade him to a pitcher's park. Which is ironic because literally Detroit is like the ultimate pitcher's park. So, I don't know. Another number that's on here that, where is the expected home runs? Oh, here it is. Hello? No? Okay, cool. Okay, so it's not gonna show the expected home runs, but we can just ignore that. Any new news? The Josh Walker to the Mets. That's Padres, just the team store. So, no, thank you. I think San Diego really just needs to make a trade. They need to make a trade for a starter. There was a guy who I was thinking about yesterday when I was watching another live stream, and that is Ross Stripling of the Oakland A's. I'm going to turn my camera off for a sec so I can get some water. I don't want to lag the stream. Question, am I a Padres fan? Yes. Yes, I am. So, if I talk a lot about them, it's because I am a Padres fan. I think they need a starting pitcher, and like half my videos are about the Padres. So, yes, I am a Padres fan. Anyways, back to Ross Stripling. I know this all looks pretty yucky. For me, the intriguing numbers are here, here, and here. Like, not a ton of hard hit balls. Barrel rate is really low, and he doesn't really walk anyone. So, I know this. Excuse me. I know some of these numbers don't look particularly great. I mean, bottom 2 percentile in strikeouts. However, he is in the top 10 of walks. Like, that's the thing with a guy like Ross Stripling. He's never really going to walk a ton of guys. Like, he might not get you all the strikeouts you want, but he will not walk batters. No, let's see. The slider is up, the changeup is down, the sinker usage is up. And when it comes to pitch performances, you see, for me personally, the issue is he's not using the curveball as much. Like, and that was one of his better pitches when he was coming up earlier in his career when he was like with the Dodgers. Like, his curveball and his changeup were always some of his better pitches. This year with the A's, that has not been the case. His slider hasn't been good. His changeup has been hit pretty darn hard. And the sinker, we don't really need to look at that. That looks pretty yucky. Although, the changeup is still getting whiffs, though. As is the curve. I mean, the curve has always gotten whiffs for him. But I personally think that, like, if he just... I know the Padres can do something to help him with that. So, I think that there's definitely some... I don't want to say raw material, but raw material with which to work here. If you are making this deal. Also, if I sound a little congested, I've got allergies, so I apologize. Just looking around the league, there isn't like a ton of starting pitching to go. to go and be like, hey, like I really want to go get this guy, or I'm really gonna go get this guy, simply because that's how this has been. Now, I'm gonna try something. I want to share something different on the screen. Where is it? Here we are. Who do I think will be the 3 NL wildcard teams? Great question. The Braves are definitely going to be one of them. They just picked up Soler and Luke Jackson. So give me the Braves. This is going to sound really boring, but it's going to be the Braves, the Mets, and the Padres. That's just what I think. Those are the teams that, if they make a move today, I think they have the best chance. I think Arizona could be like the 6th seed again, but I just don't know. I don't have a ton of faith in them. They're depending on guys coming back from injury a lot, and you don't really want to do that if you are looking to be a contender. Anyways, I wanted to share the Padres top 30 because if I'm AJ Preller and I'm going to go out and I'm going to make a trade, you don't trade Ethan Salas and you don't trade Leo DeVries. Like, all Padres fans have been saying is don't trade those guys or trade them for Skubal. I wouldn't even trade them for Skubal because eventually, and I'm going to turn my camera on so I can do hand gestures, eventually you are going to need new core pieces to supplement your current core pieces. Like, Luis Campusano is going to be a free agent in like 2 years, I think. Kyle Higashioka, you don't have that much team control on him either. So you're going to need a catcher. And eventually, like, you're not going to have Ha-Seong Kim because he's a free agent after the season, most likely. So that means you can probably put Xander Bogaerts back at shortstop. You can move Jake Cronenworth over to second base, and you can put Luis Ariz at first if you really want to do that. But you probably go out and you get yourself a first baseman in the offseason. Or you just let Graham Pauley play first base. But you're going to need a shortstop in 2028 because by then Xander Bogaerts will probably need to play second. And, like, Leo DeVries, like, he started really slowly, but he's heated up. He's been on a tear the last couple of weeks. So I don't think you trade him. And then Ethan Salas, like, I know the numbers aren't good, but he's 18 years old. And he's playing in high A. Like, he is way younger than most of the people playing in high A. So that and catchers take a lot longer to develop. I mean, we saw it with Luis Campusano. So I don't think they trade him because his defense is just really good. Like, I know they're saying, oh yeah, it's possible he busts down the door to the bigs before he turns 20. It's possible, but it's probably not in your best interest to do that, to rush him to the majors. Like, we've seen plenty of prospects over many, many years, like, flame out because they were rushed to the major leagues. The Pirates did it with Pedro Alvarez. The Rangers did it way back when with David Clyde. I mean, we all know, like, every franchise has a story of that one guy who they just rushed to the majors and ruined his development. So, like, there are some guys who, if you can call them up early and they're ready. Like, not every prospect is going to play like 2019 Tatis or Jackson Merrill this season. Like, Graham Pauley, like, not at a major, but Graham Pauley, we can without a doubt agree, like, they rushed him to the majors and he wasn't ready. And as a result, like he wasn't ready. Like, he played at San Antonio last season and he played 20 games. Like, this year in El Paso, it hasn't been good, but he's still reaching base pretty well. Like, he was definitely rushed to the majors, if you ask me. But as we look down through this whole list of prospects for the San Diego Padres, like, Salas and DeVries are the guys you don't want to trade. Snelling, hold on, I need to sneeze again, excuse me. Okay, I'm back. But back to the Padres list, like, Robbie Snelling, like, I don't think you trade him. He's 20 and in Double-A. Like, he's really young for that level. I mean, Adam Major, I don't want to say you rushed him to the bigs, but like, if we expand this, like, when was he drafted again? 2022. Okay. I don't want to say you rushed him. I mean, the track record kind of speaks for itself. But at the same time, he's been overmatched at the major league level. And if you really want to be nerdy like I am and you want to look at the Savant, like the Savant on Adam Major is not good. Saw it yesterday on a stream by Friar Talk. Go sub to them. They're also pretty good Padres channel. And if you want to see the Savant, it is not good. Oh, God. Like, there's not really a ton to work with here. So, that's just our prospects. Like, I don't want to really say I'm comfortable with dealing anyone because I'm not a general manager, so I can't be going around and saying like, oh yeah, I'm comfortable trading this guy. Oh yeah, I'm comfortable trading that guy. Like, you know. However, I think personally, someone like Ryan Bergert or Victor Lizarraga or where is he? Even someone like Jagger Haynes. Like, I can see the Padres trading one of those guys to get a starter. Some combo of those guys. Next rumor is, okay, it looks like the Pirates are expecting to keep Aroldis Chapman. Okay. Not really a ton of news there. The well's pretty dry, which is kind of a bummer. I thought it was gonna be spicy, but there was an article in The Athletic that said that the high asking price in the seller's market could cause it to collapse. Do I agree? Maybe, because there's gonna be a point where teams are gonna be uncomfortable trading for what you're asking. And they'll pull out a negotiation simply because, well, they're going to call your bluff. I think this is going to be... It's going to heat up around 10 or 11. Actually, wait, it's 10 right now. Who am I kidding? It's probably going to heat up around noon. No news yet. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Not a ton. It's not the most active deadline I've seen. I mean, at most deadlines, there's usually a move that happens at 6 a.m. that people are talking about for a few hours. It's like the iPad. It's like the iPad for the kiddo. You know, like you have something to talk about right now. Don't really have a ton of that. So I guess we can talk about the trades that have happened. I mean, I guess we'll go down the list. Like Hunter Harvey to the Nationals, which I feel great about because I predicted that. Okay, like the AJ Puck deal I wasn't too upset about. It just, like, that's how we're setting the market. Like that one just felt a little weird to me, but I get it. Like Davison De Los Santos is Rule 5 eligible again in the offseason. They probably weren't going to add him to the 40-man. And then you send away Andrew Pintar as well, which... Now, the Arozarena deal is, for me, the biggest shocker. That one really came out of absolutely nowhere. Like, I definitely was not expecting the Randy Arozarena deal. I don't think anyone was expecting the Randy Arozarena deal, but it happened. And there's not really a ton that I can say about the Randy Arozarena trade because it just happened. And there's not really too much to it. Like, I think both teams did pretty well in that trade. looking for something, but I can't seem to find it. Okay, so I do not have that sound effect that I was looking for, which is fine. It was I was gonna have the ESPN soundbite, but it was gonna be played by Melonica if there was a trade. Do I even have a Melonica? Yeah, not a ton of news right now. It's just like kind of a bummer. Like, we really could have used some news to get us going in the morning. Yeah, that would have been nice to have some news to talk about right now. But give me one. Alrighty. I put some water there for a sec. And for those of you who are, if you're here for the baseball cards and you're wondering when am I opening those, I'm probably going to open those around 11:15. So, yeah. Just trying to think of what else to talk about. I mean, James Paxton of the Red Sox was interesting. I mean, the Dodgers were kind of sending off excess goods, and the Red Sox needed and wanted some starting pitching depth. So, it's definitely one of the moves of our time. Doesn't make the Red Sox any better. I think it is something of a smaller upgrade. Does it what am I looking for? Does it, push the needle? Probably not. Okay, let's try this for a bit because the other way was kind of messing with the connectivity. Anyways, so James Paxton of the Red Sox, I mean, it's depth. Can't never complain about depth. Now, this trade right here, Austin Hayes for Sir Anthony Dominguez, really got me confused when I was, reacting to trades. Simply because, I did not expect it. Oh, we got another comment. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Sorry about that. Who's an underrated reliever I think gets traded today? There's a lot. There's quite a lot. I'm gonna say, who do I think gets traded today? Because I mean, the Marlins are blowing it up, so I think. Who did I see a report about earlier? I genuinely think it is going to be. I think Huascar Brazaban of the Marlins could be a candidate to get traded. Like, I think the Marlins are just looking to make any deal that they can. So, and we got a trade. We got a passing bomb. Passing. Come on, Jen, where are you? Load up. Here we are. We got a deal. The Yankees and Cubs are in agreement on a trade that will send right-hander reliever Mark Leiter Jr. to the Yankees and infielder Ben Cowles and right-hander Jack Neely to the Cubs. Okay, so I know about Cowles because I threw him in a video, but Ben Cowles is the Yankees' number 28 or 29 prospect, as far as I remember. He's pretty good. He's a bat-first infielder. Mark Leiter Jr. How are you this year? Mark Leiter Jr. Whoa, yeah, that is certainly a good get. If I'm being entirely honest, I think that, yeah, they got a good one. They got a good reliever in this deal. We got our first trade happening live. We're talking about Mark Leiter Jr. going to the New York Yankees. The Yankees were in the market for bullpen upgrades. Now, he's not the hardest of throwers, but like, this will certainly play. And he's pretty good ground ball pitcher too. So, Ken Rosenthal confirming the pass and tweet, like, pretty good reliever. And the sinker, splitter. It's a good pitch mix. I mean, everything's kind of north-south. Okay. To answer, and going back to this question, I didn't think it, but Mark Leiter Jr. would certainly fit the bill for this. Don't know how the Wi-Fi is doing because it says connection's unstable, but my text seems to be fine. And then, let's see. Nightingale and Fine Sand is confirming the Trevor Rogers report we saw earlier. So, just genuinely, I mean, that's pretty good. Like, what's his name? Mark Leiter Jr. Is he a free agent at the end of the year? Let's see. I'm curious. If I can type. Never mind. He is not a free agent. Okay, why does everyone become a free agent in 2027? Like, genuinely, why is this always the case? Like, he's not making any money this year. Like, barely any money against the luxury tax. ARB2, ARB3. I mean, next year he's probably making around like $4 million. So, yeah, if I'm the Yankees, I got a pretty good deal right there. And Benjamin Cowles was kind of just blocked by the Oswaldo Cabreras, by the Anthony Volpes, by the DJ LeMahieu contract. So, not a bad deal. Not a bad deal indeed if you are the New York Yankees. And let me see. Let me try to pull up some of these prospect reports because I know Ben Cowles is a top prospect. Will he makes the MLB of that pipeline top 30? Yep, he's a 29. Here we go. Good hit tool, good run tool, good arm tool. Opportunistic base stealer, bounced around the infield as a pro, average middle infield or more erratic at third base. And this year he is hitting, and he's hitting pretty well at AA. I mean, certainly play, and he walks a good bit too, so I mean, a high walk rate always helps. Let's get some more tweets. Okay, Mark Leiter of the Yankees. Okay, thank you, John Heyman. So, just gotta respond to this. Just gonna respond to this real quick. There we go. Alrighty. So there we go. Where was I? Ah, yes, Benjamin Cowles. I mean, 14 steals in 88 games. I mean, again, it really just backs up that he is a opportunistic base stealer. I mean, he's got some pretty good gap-to-gap stuff. I mean, 25 doubles, 3 triples. And, like, his speed doesn't grade out super highly. It grades out at 50. So, I mean, I don't know a ton about Benjamin Cowles, but I think, like, not a bad pickup if you're the New York Yankees. And I know this team really needed to bolster their bullpen, so it definitely makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Feinsand, they're acquiring Mark Leiter Jr., nephew of Al Leiter. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Leiter is very underrated. I would 100% agree. Like, where's the Savant page? I just had it up. Here it is. Like, even just going off standard stats, like, let me show this. Like, ever since he's been with the Cubs, like, he's been really good since he was a member of the Cubs. So, you can't really deny that he is good. And, yeah, he's definitely fits the bill of being an underrated reliever because, you know, he hasn't been a closer very much. Like, he has 7 saves over his last seasons with the Cubs, but I think this is an interesting move from the Cubs. This feels like when they traded Scott Effross a couple years ago. And yeah, this feels like they when they got Scott Effross for Hayden Wisniewski. What do I think is the most important pitching stat? That's a good question. Pitching stats. I mean, I don't lean heavily into ERA. Like, if you want, like, what's my thoughts on a metric for run prevention? I think, like, FIP, xFIP, expected ERA, I lean more into those as opposed to just regular ERA. I'd rather look at strikeout percentage than strikeouts per 9, simply because it's just more. It tells you more of what you're looking for faster. That way you don't have to be bouncing around doing the math. Like, just, oh, he strikes out 23% of batters. Okay. Pretty straightforward. That makes sense. Like, I love my stats, but at the same time, I don't want to do more math than I have to do my stats, you know? Like, the strikeout percentage, this 35% strikeout rate, that's nice and easy to understand. Whiff rate, like, that's why I love Savant. Like, all of these percentage stats, they already did the math for me. Like, so it's a lot easier to calculate. It's a lot easier to understand than, oh yeah, like, home runs per 9. Like, that, do you want me to do more math? Just tell me how many swings does he give up home runs? Like, what percentage of swings? Like, hard hit rate makes sense. 95 miles an hour or above on 34% of balls in play. Then again, hard hit rate doesn't necessarily translate to he's getting torched. So that is just how I look at it personally. But back to Mark Leiter Jr. I mean, Statcast, like, he has a 4.21 ERA, but a 2.61 expected ERA. Like, if I was evaluating a pitcher, I would look more at this right here than that. I look at these more than ERA, because ERA depends on a lot of things. That's why I like FIP a lot. Like, FIP, like, it's just what does the pitcher control, and how effective are they at that? That's why I really, really like things like FIP, things like, FIP, strikeout percentage, walk percentage, sweet spot percentage, I think matters to me. Barrel percentage, it does matter. I mean, you don't want your guys to be giving up, like, absolutely massive contact, like, really, really, really hard contact. So, I mean, but yeah, when it comes to Mark Leiter Jr., I don't have a ton to go off. Oh, we got a Bob tweet. Bobby, what do you want to tell us? Here we are. Now that the Cubs have traded Mark Leiter Jr., it'll be interesting to see if the Cubs move Jameson Taillon or anyone. Also, okay, let's just clear this up before I forget, because I keep seeing this all the time. It's Jameson Tyone. Jameson. It's not James Tyone. It's Jameson Tyone. Like, I see this all the time, and like when I have I don't have a name that's hard to butcher, but when people's names get butchered, it nags me. Like, because I've always had friends who are their names get butchered. Oh, question: do you think the Padres will be willing to trade Snelling? No. I know he struggled, but I just think no. Like, you don't trade a Robbie Snelling at this point. Like, if he's not good next season, I think at that point you may have to start considering a trade. But I don't think. I mean, you just traded Dylan Lesko, and for your starting pitching in your organization, you don't have the biggest amount of depth. Like, if we're being completely honest, let me pull up the Padres top prospects again. So, like, back to this, like, Snelling is your top pitching prospect. Like, you've had Major, but he has pitched not very well in the big league at the big leagues. Like, in the minors, he only walked 28 batters in 151 innings. He's walked 21 batters in 33 and 2/3 innings. Like, I know he needs time to develop because he's a young pitcher, but at the same time, like, I don't know how much faith you have in him. And then, I mean, you have Ryan Burger, who is almost MLB ready, but he's getting torched in San Antonio. So, I don't know. They're like, of their major pitching prospects that are starters, like, the one I have the most faith in outside of Snelling right now is Victor Lizarraga. And that's just because he's pitched solidly. Like, he limits contact. Like, sure, he does walk a few batters, but he's got the strikeout stuff to make up for it. But I think someone like Lizarraga or even Krob, because of the strikeout stuff, would be more likely to get traded. I mean, if we go further down, like Jagger Haynes might be another guy who could get traded, but he's Rule 5 eligible this offseason, which makes it hard because then you're like, how do we trade him? And then he's at single A and he's not yet ready to make it the bigs. Like, I don't want them to trade Isaiah Lowe because he's been really, really good. But at the same time, like, if they want a big time starter, I mean, you might have to consider it. Like, you got Henry Baez as well down in AA, but he just barely got promoted to AA, and he's still a couple years away. So, will they be willing to trade Snelling? Probably not. Will they? I mean, it's AJ Preller, so at this point, I mean, what even is there to say? AJ Preller is the most unpredictable man in baseball. He's also the most entertaining man in baseball somehow, but at the same time, he also gives Padres fans the most anxiety. However, there is one thing I will say. With the market where it is right now, it would not surprise me if the cost of acquiring a rental player drops. And we got reports. Let's see. Padres have discussed multiple Marlins relievers. Anthony Bender and Huascar Brazoban. Anthony Bender, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. How is he? Okay. Okay, now we might just be cooking. We might just be cooking. I mean, what's his contract? See, I think he's another guy with 2 more years, right? He had some more news. And I was trying to write Anthony Bender. And Brett Phillips signed with the Yankees as a pitcher. Anyways, back to Anthony Bender. He's got 3 more years of arbitration. And when your numbers look like this, yeah, I think we got something to work with here. So going back to, where's the report? Here it is. Dennis Lin said that they are looking at Bender and Huascar Brazoban, who I mentioned earlier. How has he been this year? Because I'm going to be out. I've not kept up with the Marlins. Okay, so Thoughts on Jacob Mizorowski? He's the Brewers' top prospect, right? Because, I mean, he throws gas. Like, I think he's going to be really good. He's going to be a pain for teams to deal with because, like, don't get me wrong, like, I know velocity is a lot more common nowadays in the game, but at the same time, like, what's this? He's 6'7", 190. Like, that frame and that frame plus that fastball slider combo coming out of that arm slot. Oh boy, he's gonna be really good. Anyways, back to this report. They would be affordable targets. They don't want to pass the luxury tax. Brazoban is not yet ready for arbitration. Bender was a Super 2 player. He's barely making any money. Probably higher for Bender. Brazoban is on the older side. Let me pull up his savant while I'm at it. Oh, here we are. Oh, wow. That's that is that is a really, really good baseball savant page. Like, I know he's not qualified yet, but like all that red is impressive. And the peripherals back it up too, so okay, so pretty much even spread of pitches, cutter, change. Cutter, change up, sinker, four seam. Excuse me, I just whacked my microphone. I mean, a sinker is the pitch that's giving him issues because the others are doing really good. I mean, do you really need the sinker? Because I think change up, cutter, four seam, like you have something that goes down, up and down, and you have something that goes east west. I mean, I like the addition. I mean, how old is he? Oh, he's 34. He's gonna be 35. So yeah, he probably would not cost a ton in terms of prospect capital. What else is new? That's about it. So back to here. We'll just go back here for right now. Let's see if we got news. Mark Canha is not in the lineup today. He is not in the lineup for today's matinee against the Guardians. It is the only game happening before. Oh, we got a trade. We got a Robert Murray bomb. Where is where's Twitter? There we are. Robert Murray. Here we go. The Red Sox are acquiring Lucas Sims in a deal with Cincinnati. Yeah, I thought Lucas Sims was going to be traded. I mean, there's some stuff to go off of here. I mean, I don't hate the move. I mean, it makes sense. You shore up a position of need. He does walk a lot of batters. The FIP isn't particularly great. What's the fly ball percentage? I mean, he jacked up the use of the sweeper this year, and it's been effective, so that's worked out for him. Curveball. Okay. Batted ball profile, 33.3% fly ball rate, 15.1% pop-up rate. So, I mean, it explains the low, what's the word I'm looking for? Low ground ball rate. But I think, it's not bad. Lucas Sims to the Red Sox. Yep. Sims to the Red Sox. He's got a splitter. Oh, he's only thrown it twice. Never mind. But sweeper, cutter. Okay. I mean, it's good. Let me go to the. I wonder what the bullpen would look like now. Oh, here we go. Like, like they did need another arm in here. Like, they're probably replace like a Trey Winggetter. Did they option Greg Wiesert? Oh, they did, didn't they? Yep, they optioned Greg Wiesert. So I think this move makes sense for Boston. Like, they needed a reliever. They went out and they got one. Now, what's the return? Ken Rosenthal confirms acquiring Lucas Sims from the Reds. The Reds have informed teams that they have plenty of arms available per Bob Nightingale. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you have Justin Wilson, Lucas Sims, you just dealt. They don't need an ad. Lucas Sims, Justin Wilson, Brent Suter, Buck Farmer, Santillan, Jacob Junis, who you just picked up. So if I'm Boston, I mean, you slide him in here. Pretty good. How has Zach Kelly been this year? Because he slotted in as our setup guy. Okay, he's been really good. So if I'm the Red Sox, I like this deal for the Red Sox. Oh, there's my microphone again. Sorry about that. But I like this deal for the Red Sox. Like, they're getting Lucas Sims. Yeah. I think Boston made a good move there. I should probably add this to the spreadsheet before I forget. Was Mark Lauder Jr. the first deal of today? Scroll down. Today is the 30th. Random pitcher, Mark Lauder Jr. He's going from the Cubs to the Yankees for Philip Ben Cowles, who was ranked at number 29. And right-hander Jack Neely. Okay, Bob Nightingale just came in through with the return for Lucas Sims. He's going from Cincinnati to Boston for... Who was it? Pitcher. Okay, it's a pitcher. Ovis Portes. Because it says he was 29th on Baseball Americas. Okay, so he's number 29 according to Baseball America. That means number 29, Baseball America. Nope, that's Boston. Thank you. So we're gonna go back over here. Luke Sims, Elvis Porter is returning. Could be in the Sims deal. He is in the Sims deal. Pittsburgh is sending a rookie ball pitcher to the Mets for Josh Walker, who started 8 games in the DSL. So not too much news. It's kind of dry right now. Yeah. Barely got 2 trades today, and a lot of teams still need to make moves. Okay. A lot of teams still need to make moves, and MLB.com was saying something about that. No big deal. Check out the latest rumors. Okay, which is more likely, Crochet or Robert? Crochet. So that's not really news. After dealing Solaire with the Giants look to trade Snell. They wanted to shed the money out to Solaire. So why did they sign him in the offseason? I'm very baffled. The chances of Snell trade don't seem that high. According to a reporter, they've only moved Snell for package that includes ultra top prospects. If I'm quiet, it's because it's confusing. Like, why? You're asking for the moon. You have no leverage at all. Like, and the worst part, honestly, to me, is you send off Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to shed their salaries. And now you want someone to take on more money? Like, it doesn't make sense to me what they're doing. Like, personally, like, I don't get it. Like, if you want your ultra top prospects, keep some money and you'll get your ultra top prospects. Why? Like, what's going on there? Like, the Giants haven't been active really at deadlines before, so it's confusing. Okay, the Reds have just announced the Lucas Sims deal. That is not new. I don't know. Let's see. The Angels could deal Rengifo and Taylor Ward. Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. The Yankees, Red Sox, and Pirates. Now, I would be making up trade hypotheticals, but I don't have MLB trade rumors. It's not really... I don't see it as a worthwhile thing because I know their system is good. But at the same time, we know that some players' quote negative value has more to do with money as opposed to their actual play. And then you've seen some of those trades that are like, oh yeah, Mike Trout for like 2 prospects and an underwater contract. Like it's not. Some of it can be unrealistic. Anyways, Mariners looking to add a high leverage reliever. Okay, yeah, they've got options. Tanner Scott, Kyle Finnegan, Pete Fairbanks. Now, Kyle Finnegan, like, the Nats are asking for a lot. Like, Kyle Finnegan. I saw something on Kyle Finnegan earlier. I just see something about him earlier. Where is it? Oh, it's Fine Sand. Where is it? Here it is. Like, he's considered to be among the best relievers available. You don't have to give him 5 up runs. He's giving up 5 runs on Monday. Where's my water? And if we give him 5 runs on Monday, he's under control for 2025, and they're asking for the moon for the right hitter. Rogers, Trevor Rogers? The Orioles. Huh. Is this news or is this because let's see. Oh my god, you're right. No, I meant to share tab. Am I sharing tab? Yeah, I'm sharing tab. Trevor Rogers from the Marlins. Oh my goodness. Sorry, what? Yeah, Al. Yeah, I agree with that. I'll just leave that on screen for a bit. Trevor Rogers. Really? Baltimore. Savant. Baltimore, what are we doing? You're trading Connor Norby? Where's Baltimore? Oh my goodness. I like this deal for Miami. I don't know if I like it as much for Baltimore. Yeah, wow, Norby. Wow, Norby is right. You're giving up Connor Norby for Trevor Rogers. Let me pull up Trevor Rogers again. Okay, Baltimore. You're giving up Connor Norby for this. Why? It can't just be the team control. Honestly, it cannot just be the team control. Because I know he's 3 more years left, but it cannot just be the team control, Baltimore. What are you doing? And it's 2 years. 2.5 years of Trevor Rogers for Connor Norby. I mean, I kind of get it. I'm going to drink some water, and then I'll tell you my rational take. Okay. I think I get it now. Here's why. This is why. Because you have Kobe Mayo. Doesn't grade out well as a fielder. But you have Jackson Holiday, who could play second, which is where you had Connor Norby. Now, I know the numbers there weren't good, but that AAA, like, he's walked as much as he struck out. I mean, come on. You know, like, that is good. Like, that makes sense. Like, with Connor Norby, like, he's another slugger. Yep, and Bob Nightingale said... Wait, there's more. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no, Baltimore, what are we doing? You're also sending over Kyle Stowers in the deal? Is Stowers even ranked right now? Because I know he was ranked last season. But you're sending over Kyle... I'm gonna pull this up. Stowers and Norby for Trevor Rogers. Mike Elias, who did you get into a bidding war with? I really want to know. Who did you get into a bidding war with? Because this package right here, it only feels like it's the result of a bidding war. It doesn't feel like it's the result of... Okay, I'm going to switch tabs for a sec. It doesn't feel like it's the result of... what am I looking for? It doesn't feel like it's the result of a... just one-on-one trade. It feels like the result of a bidding war. Like, I don't know what the plan was, but Baltimore gave up a lot. Another rumor, the Pirates are interested in Brian De La Cruz. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what are the Orioles doing? Like Zach You made a better deal when you got Zach Eflin. Like, the Eflin deal was better than this. I know he's under less team control, but how do you give up less in that deal than you do here? The only explanation I have is a bidding war. And yeah, I apologize. My mind is malfunctioning as a result of this trade. Let's see. Jim Heyman. Yep, they weren't kidding when they said this was a seller's market. They got Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers. For Miami, though, it's a good get. Like, where's the Marlins? There's Fangraphs. There we are. Fangraphs. Pull up the Marlins roster. Okay, here we are. Here's the Marlins. Like, this is your everyday lineup. Like, Connor Norby could slot in at second or at DH because you're likely to trade Josh Bell. So he could slot in at DH or he could slot in the outfield. And that lets you play Jake Berger at first consistently. That, and they're also looking to move Brian De La Cruz, so he could slot in there. Same goes for Kyle Stowers. Like, now that I sit down and think about it, like, kind of makes a little more sense. Like, yeah, like, for them, and they trade Trevor Rogers. Like, they have no rotation depth whatsoever, but, like, they don't really have anyone to trade. Like, everyone's injured. Like, 1, 2, 3. This is a whole injured rotation. So, to be quite honest, like, there's not really much you can do if you're the Marlins. Like, this just, like, if you're the Marlins, who are you going to call up? Like, I mean, you can call up Rodri Munoz. You could call up Valente Belloso. I mean, you just DFA'd Yanni Chirinos, so. But the more that I sit down and think about it, like, that is a seismic overpay. Like, where's Baseball Trade Values? Has Baseball Trade Values tweeted about this yet? I can type Baseball Trade Values. They've not tweeted about it yet. But it said the Sims deal is accepted by their model. Yeah. Wow. That was a seismic deal. The only explanation I have is the Marlins think that they can get him closer to this. Not the Marlins, the Orioles. They must think they can get him closer to this compared to that. Like, they want this. They want his 2021 form. However, he just doesn't have that velocity anymore. So they're probably going to try to get some movement on his fastball to get him to get more whiffs. Like this is not good. Like, this season was good, even though he was allowing like really high maximum exit velos. But like ever since then, just hasn't been the same. But I get it. He is a good change of scenery candidate. Well, it's not very analytical, but it makes sense to me. Like, they would look to move him, and I don't know. That's a bit of a interesting deal. I'm going to come back over here and add it to our table. Trevor Rogers. Miami to Baltimore for infielder Connor Norby, who was, I believe Bob said he was number 7 according to Baseball America. If I can type 7. And the last, and it was outfielder Kyle Stowers. Yep, that's the deal. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it right now. I have said what I said about it, and I think Baltimore must have faith in their guys. Okay, I'm going to highlight a couple of tweets from my East Village Times colleagues. Starting off with, the Marlins got more for Trevor Rogers than they did for Luis Ariz. Yes, they did. Yes, they really did. Like, they got more for him than they did for Ariz. And then another tweet right here, he has a 4.42 FIP, 4.53 ERA. Yeah, like, this isn't making a ton of sense to me or to anyone, honestly. And why? Just why? What are we doing, Miami? Why are you making this deal? Yep, that's a Leo DeVries highlight. Another Leo DeVries. Oh, baseball. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I'm going to stop sharing. We hit the hour 30 mark, and looks like everything is going to start heating up soon. I'm going to see if I can get a guest on sometime soon, but we'll see. No comments. Okay. Okay, so tweet from Heyman just 4 minutes ago. Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox, the main teams with interest in Jack Flaherty. You don't say. This isn't news. We done known this, so yeah. And the Yankees signed Brett Phillips. Interesting indeed. Not really a ton to talk about right now, honestly. Like, it's just everything is so slow. Well, barely any deals, and I don't have any guests right now to speak with, so. Honestly, this is we're just going off rumors right now. Honestly, just kind of I mean, Braves, Dodgers, like teams that make sense for Crochet. Okay, so big market teams make sense for Crochet. Robert makes sense to these teams, filling outfield needs. And another one. Interesting. Another post. Just gonna refresh that. Oh, I wasn't even sharing screen. Whoops, that was an accident. Let's share that. I think this is worth seeing. Nope, not that. Where is it? Here we are. Hearing the Nats and Cards have discussed a deal that would send Dylan Carlson to Washington in exchange for Dylan Floro. Very interesting indeed. I mean, kind of makes sense, I think. I mean, 'cause Dylan Floro's been good this year, right? Let's see. I mean, yeah, he's been pretty good. Like, he doesn't throw hard, but he's getting results. Like, I mean, doesn't allow a barrel and keeps the ball on the ground. I mean, whichever way you want to look at it, even if you want to look at expected ERA, like, it's good. He doesn't really walk anyone either, so. And then he jacked up the use of the sinker, and it's led to good results. So definitely an interesting move that could happen. How's Dylan Carlson been? Because I know he would be the return. Wonder what makes the Nats so high on him. Yeah, I don't understand what there is. Why the Nats would be so high on him? Like, we're just looking at every season he's played. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand that Mike Rizzo has a good eye for talent, but what are we doing? They view him as a change of scenery candidate. Okay. Kind of get it, but at the same time, I kind of don't. So, don't know what to expect here. I mean, this would be an interesting deal, but I feel like you probably don't just do a 1-for-1. I feel like there would have to be another piece involved, even though I don't have baseball trade values. Like, I can tell, like, this feels like a trade that has to have another player in the mix for it to, like, add up. I don't know if I can get some other guests on. We'll see if I can do anything about that. Alrighty, and we've got a tweet from Findsand. So, okay, let me share the screen for this one. So, one rival scout is assigned to the Yankees minor league system on what they gave up from Mark Leiter Jr. They will miss neither of those guys. It's a little harsh. I mean, let me pull up the Yankees' top prospects again. Like, just looking at what they have, I mean, you've Roderick Arias, George Lombard, Rice, Jorbit Vivas, Rock Raggio, Taylor Hardman. Like, you have the infield depth to not worry about losing Cowles. And when it comes to literally the other ones, I mean, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Jack Neely was a top prospect. Oh, but he was a reliever. Interesting. They say that they will not miss these guys. Wait, he's 6. Oh, nice. He is 6'9". Like, I'm really sorry. I had to make that joke. Okay. Jack Neely is an interesting piece going back to the Cubs. I mean, but they have Cade Smith, Tristan Vierling, Zach Messenger, Andres Gomez, the big leagues, Carlos. They have the depth at those positions that they can say, oh yeah, we'll trade these two guys. So while I think that the report, like, oh yeah, they're not going to miss those guys, the report might have been a little harshly worded. I mean, it's valid. It makes sense. Like, they have the depth to make that deal. So there's not really much I can say about. I already talked about the Mark Leiter deal. Like, it's weird because it is 11, and this is it. This is everything that's happened today. Just that. Like, I don't know what to say there. Like, can the market, like, I understand that everyone is calling everyone. Like, let me see if I have this document. I'm looking for it. I'm gonna stop sharing real quick because I need to find this. I know I have this somewhere. It was a video idea I was gonna make, but I can't really make it anymore. But yeah, I was definitely gonna make this, but then I ran out of time. But this was something I was thinking a couple days ago. Like, let me see if I can pull it up. Where is it? Here it is. Like, can I share screen? Yeah, I can share screen. Like, this is what I was thinking. Like, sellers are going to be like, hello, and buyers are going to try to, like, play them well, but then it's like that scene in Moneyball. Like, I know most people watching this have seen Moneyball. It's like that scene in Moneyball where he's where they're trying to negotiate for Ricardo Rincon, and he's like, hey, I like Rincon. You don't even know him. It's that kind of thing. And then I could see, like, sellers being like, oh, I got another guy on the line. It's like when they were negotiating the deal for Ricardo Rincon. That's the energy that I'm getting from this whole deadline. It's giving me that energy, and I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing. Morosi, we got a tweet from Morosi. Norby could become the everyday second baseman or shift to third if Josh Bell is traded and Jake Berger moves across the diamond. That is true. That is true. No, it's still just a weird deal. And the Cards and Nats. Is this the same Feinsand tweet that I saw? Yeah. The deal could be complete this afternoon. So the rumor going around is, here it is. No, not that one. This one. So Cards and Nats could send the Cardinals could send Dylan Carlson to Washington for Dylan Floro. It could be happening within a few hours. Honestly, this is another baffling trade. I feel like this deadline is going to be the deadline of baffling trades. Like, it makes sense for these teams to make this deal, but outside of that, like what's really going on? So, I don't know. Dang it, I really wish they would just leak some news, honestly. Don't want to, it's like, don't get me wrong, rumors are good, but like, we want like an actual trade to go down. Like, I want the Padres to do something. Hello, like, Padres, do something, please. And Morosi quote tweeted Heyman saying that the Dodgers rotation is glass now. Kershaw, Stone, Robleski, and Ryan. Yeah, maybe don't spend $1 billion on 2 players. You know, like if you're gonna spend $1 billion, like fortify your roster all around. Is that the Morosi tweet? Yeah, that's the Morosi tweet. So. Well, I mean, can't really think of many other. Was Trevor Rogers on the top 50 for MLB TR? Yeah, he was. I thought him staying. Now he goes to Orioles. Oh, this deadline's been slow. Anyways, when it comes to trades, who do you all think gets traded by the end of the day? Like, give me some players to talk about, because my brain is not braining right now. I could really use like some feedback or some comments. You know what? I have an idea. Haven't done one of these in a while. No, where's the video? Where's the... Here we go. While we wait for something to happen, let's do one of these. Let's do an Immaculate Grid. Alrighty, so 6 war. This is B war, not F war. Okay. So I'm just gonna click that so that gets out of the way. Alrighty, let's see here. Played shortstop for a minimum of 1 game. Okay. Start here. I'm going to use Alex Wood. He goes sub 1%. Cincinnati and Texas. Josh Hamilton would work there. Who else would work there? I'm not quite sure. Braves played shortstop for at least 1 game. Former Brave, Andrelton Simmons would work there. Ozzie Guillen would work there. Walt Weiss would work there. Yeah, I'm going to use Blake DeWitt here because I think he played short at one point in his career. Okay, he did play short in 1 game. Homer Bailey would not work there because he never pitched for the Dodgers, although he was traded to the Dodgers. Dylan Floro, speaking of, Dylan Floro would work here. There's 0.2. No, enough with the ads, Braves 6 war season. One of the big 3. Damn, I could have used Steve Avery right there. That would have been a good one. Reds, Rangers. I feel like there's a recent. Oh. Nick Solak. Never mind. He did not. Did he not play for the Reds? Yeah, that's right. He played for the Reds. Shortstop, Rangers. Andrews. Seager. Rodriguez. A-Rod would work there. Dodgers 6 war season. Or Hershiser in 1988. 3%. Braves 6 war season. Is it Kevin Millwood in 1999? Let's go. He had more than 6 war in that 1 season where he was really good. Rangers 6. Post a 6 war season with the Rangers. He did not. Thought so. Former Braves shortstop and a former. Who was the? Who was on that 18 Braves team? Because Ozzie Albies never played shortstop. Relievers. I'm trying to think of a reliever for here. But I know Chano Park never played for the Reds. Dang, this is hard. So I'm not good with Brave shortstops either. I mean, Ozzie Guillen? Okay, he works, and I have one last guess. I think I'll go for the Rangers 6-war. Nolan Ryan, Andrews, Beltray. Oh, Ian Kinsler. We got 208. So 200, and all of this adds up to 8. Let's do another one. Let's kill some time while we wait for some deals. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking. Ooh. I can use Andrew Miller on a few of these, but where do I want to use them? Okay. Let's see. Do Chase and Shreve there. How many lefties can I put on here? That's interesting. I can try as many lefties as I can. Kenny Rogers. He wouldn't work there. He's not in the Hall of Fame. And he wasn't a Cardinal, even though he feels like a Cardinal. Lefties. Andrew Miller would be easy there. Probably not as much there, because we'll forget he played for the never mind, people. Don't forget that he played for the Cardinals. Frankie Montas. Just kidding. We're not doing Frankie Montas down there. St. Louis and Milwaukee. Colin Wong. Ooh. That wouldn't be Edwin Jackson. Marlins Yankees. I feel like there's a lot more than I would anticipate there being. Yeah, Marlins Brewers. We're going to do John Curtis, because I'm pretty sure he was a Marlin. Yep. He goes sub 1. Cardinals Brewers. No comments right now. Yeah, we're just killing time. Marlins Tigers, not Shane Green, although he would have worked there. Brewers Hall of Famer. If this is Hall of Famer, that must have played in a major league game for the team. Hall of Famers that have played on the Brewers. Do we have any trades? Yep, we got a deal. Leo. Where is the tweeter? We has a dealio. We got Josh Bell to the Arizona Diamondbacks. He wasn't DFA'd, he was put on waivers. But we've got Josh Bell going to Arizona. Interesting. Very interesting move indeed. Because if let me pull up the Savant. Josh Bell. Because he's been like, all of this is like mid. So like, no, not really. Other than needing a first baseman, I don't get this deal. Needing a first baseman is the only reason I can understand this deal. So, I mean, I get it. They needed a first baseman. That's the only logic I've got for this one. We don't know what they're giving up. It probably will not be a lot. Okay, let's see. And other clubs are interested in Dylan Carlson. Okay. We can go back to this. Christian Walker, Josh Bell is going to be going to the Diamondbacks. Okay. It's not a bad move for them. I mean, it's depth. So, And I'm not really sure what else to say there. Probably will not take them a lot to finish this deal because, I mean, the Marlins are just trying to get rid of Josh Bell. And they'll probably get something for him if they keep this, if they retain salary. Where's my grid? Here we are. We're going to go back to our immaculate grid while we wait for this images, for the settings, not settings, but for the news to be finalized. Alrighty. Miami, Detroit. Detroit Hall of Fame. Yankees Hall of Fame. Brewers Hall of Famer. Brain is not braining very well today. Okay. That guy? No, he did not pitch here or there because you were tied before there. Ooh. Oh. Got one here. Carbavano. Just 3%. Lovely. There he is. Carbavano. Edwin Jackson was never a Brewer. I was really tempted to say that, but he wasn't a Brewer. Oliver Perez, though. No, he was not there. Why did I think Oliver Perez was there? I'm going to change the background music because I'm starting to get a little sleepy because of this one. Hall of Famers. Okay, so I think Al Simmons would work there. Yankees Hall of Famers: DiMaggio, Ruth, Gehrig. The Brewers, Molitor. I feel like there's a pitcher who was on the Brewers at one point. That's a Hall of Famer, but I can't quite remember the name. And we've had no comments in almost 40 minutes. Kind of a bummer. And Rosenthal confirms the report about Josh Bell. So, nothing too new. Yankees, former Yankees who are in the Hall of Fame. Kevin Brown should be in the Hall of Fame, but he's not. Canseco is not a Hall of Famer, but he did play for the Yankees. Something to the dynasty Yankees. Mariano, Jeter. Well, Jeter, I don't know if he's in yet, but I think he is. Mariano would make sense. Randy Johnson would make a lot of sense there. I'm not actually going to go with Randy because I don't think he's the first guy you think of when you think Yankees Hall of Famer. So I'm going to go with Randy. Yeah, he goes 3%. That's what I was thinking. Brewers Hall of Famers. Stan Ross. I'm kidding. No, that would not work. Any news? Nothing yet. We got news about Josh Bell. I'm going to switch over so we can see that. What do we got? What is the news? They're working on acquiring Josh Bell for cash considerations. The D-backs will pay part of Bell's remaining $16 million. Okay. Interesting indeed. former Tigers who were Marlins. I got it. I think if this is wrong, I'm going to switch from Immaculate Grid to something else. Whew, it's not wrong. Edwin Jackson goes 1%. And we got 2 more. Brewers Cardinals. I mean, those two teams don't really trade a lot of players. Hall of Famers who made a stop in Milwaukee. Should be Zach Greinke in a few years, but not quite sure. Brewers and Cardinals. I don't think he was on those like World Series teams. I think I'm gonna go. Oh my goodness! Why did I forget this guy? Where is he? John Axford, the Axeman. Forgot about John Axford because he was a Cardinal after he was a Brewer. John Axford goes 2%. Hall of Famers who played for the Brewers. Don't know if Jim Edmonds is a Hall of Famer off the top of my head, so I can't remember that. Brewers, former Brewers. I mean, I think Molitor is the best option. Rated score of 33. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. Is there any more news about any trades? Nothing since the Nightingale tweet. So Nightingale tweet. Christian Walker suffered a strained oblique yesterday, and the D-backs need insurance in case he's out for a lengthy period of time. It makes sense. I'm just gonna let me just pull up the Savant numbers for Bell. Like, kind of average at everything, but I mean, he's still slugging. To be fair, he's been playing in Miami, which is like hell for hitters. I mean, his exit velo is still there. Like, if we look at 2022 and 2024, it's very much comparable. The only thing is he hasn't walked as much this year, but the strikeout rate is still fairly low. Like, it's in the upper half of the league. Like, I'm not saying he's not a valuable piece. I think he definitely could be a valuable piece to the right team. So he could definitely be a valuable piece to this Arizona team that needs depth around the edges. And I had Arizona getting at bats, and I think that he would definitely be that kind of a guy that you need. Going back to the stats, like he's still hitting the fastball hard. It's just he's more of a fastball hitter, and like this year, like it's everything is in line with what he normally does. Like, the only thing that's significantly down is just the barrel percentage, but he's still hitting it solid. So I mean, I don't want to jump to the conclusion of bad bat at ball luck. I'm just saying it could be partly due to where he plays. Is the expected home runs thing actually working here? Here we go. Like, he has 14 home runs. If he played in Arizona, it'd be 12. So Arizona wouldn't really help him. Like, Cincinnati, Milwaukee, Anaheim, Toronto, Yankee Stadium would be the places he'd be, particularly great. But sitting where he is right now, it's the same kind of debate as we saw with, what's his name? With Isaac Paredes a couple of days ago. Like, Isaac Paredes went from let me pull this up. I want to pull this up because it's actually a really interesting quandary. Isaac Paredes. Okay, so if we look here, that's a spray chart. All of most of the homers, most of the power is to left field. That's left field at Wrigley. If I go back to expected home runs, but Park, he has 16 this year. If he was playing at Wrigley, he'd only have 11. And I saw Morosi tweet about San Diego. Increasingly likely to acquire started by 6 p.m. today. Jack Flaherty is among the names they've discussed. Yeah, okay. So grass is green and the sky is blue. Anyways, back to Josh Bell. The only issue is his the batted. Oh wait, no, this is Isaac Paredes. My apologies. Back to Josh Bell for a sec. And Bob Nightingale says Cash is going back to the Marlins. So there should be something here. I just need to find this visual. Where is the visual? We've all seen the meme. If I can pull it up. So just cash considerations going back to the Marlins. So yeah, they're getting cash considerations. So for cash considerations. So for Arizona, you get Josh Bell, who has shown the potential to be good in seasons past, almost for free. You're not sending over a prospect. So, not bad if you're Arizona. Alrighty, I'm going to go be right back. I'm going to get more water. Alrighty, and we are back. So Oh, it looks like everything's kind of slowing down right now. And just as I say that, of course, oh, we have that. Of course, just as I say that, literally, someone has to post something. Let's see, what's the news? The Nats and Angels appear to be the two teams most interested in Dylan Carlson. Per source, the Cardinals are expected to deal him today, but his destination is unclear. Okay, I'm going to go back to Dylan Carlson because I would love it if someone could explain to me what the value is on Dylan Carlson. Like, genuinely would like to know. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like actually. Like, someone please tell me. Oh, we got an update from Heyman now. Okay, so good thing I just had coffee. I'm going to need it today. Okay. Uncertain if Jameson Tyan is still out there in trade talks, but in case his 10-team no-trade list... Okay, so Yankees, Mets, Dodgers, Padres are not on the list. So, for those of you wondering what that means, those teams were not on the list of guys that would not be considered to be traded for. Okay. Alrighty, what do I do now? Should I crack open some cards, or should I do... Okay, we'll do another grid, and then we'll crack open some baseball cards. I don't remember if I did this one for a video, but I'm going to try it again. Okay. I wish Orioles was here, because then I'd be able to use Mike Baumann, reliever, for that, the mystique of the reliever 10-win season. Not that anyone really... Don't know if anyone really cares about that, but... Okay. Let's see. 6 WAR. Okay. I'm going to think here. 10 wins with a sub-3 ERA. Give me Kevin Brown, because I don't think... Actually, give me Kevin Brown here. If I can spell. Kevin Brown right there. Orioles, sub-3 ERA season. Give me CNL Perez. CNL Perez. And 10 wins with a sub-3 ERA. 10 wins with a sub-3 ERA. I feel like there's some really obscure one in Padres history, but I can't think of it right now off the top of my head. Orioles, Astros. Trey Mancini. Royals. Ed Davis was never an Oriole, so that wouldn't work. 10-win season for the Royals. 10-win season for the Royals. I would use Seth Lugo, but I can't use this season. Okay, so Josh Bell deal is complete. Christian Walker suffered a strained oblique, so the Josh Bell deal is complete. 10-win season. I'll use him here because I might as well. I was going to use him down at the bottom. I can do Mike Scott. He goes 9%. 6 WAR for the Astros. 6 wins above replacement for the Astros. Did Roger Clemens have more than 6 WAR when he won the Cy Young? He did. 6 WAR for the Royals. I think who was on that World Series team? Lorenzo Cain, I feel like, must have had like 6 WAR. Low Cain, he did. Orioles, Royals. Oh, just cut him. Jonathan Heasley would work there. Orioles, Astros. Not Taylor Scott. Not Tanner Scott. I can't think of who I'm thinking of right now. There is a player on the tip of my tongue. What's his name? 10-win season. Johnny Cueto. He did not win more than 10 games for them? Oh. 10 wins at 3 with a sub-3 ERA. Was Tim Belcher in 1988? That was Tim Belcher in 1988. That is pretty crazy. Yeah, the Josh Bell deal is done. Yeah, we got nothing so far. I'm sure I'm blanked right now. Do I go 10-win season for the Royals, or do I go for the down here for the one about the Orioles and Astros? Oh, Eric Bedard. So, what should I share now? Let's see. Josh Bell. Rocklater Jr. deal's official. Dylan Floro deal. Okay. Not much to talk about right now. I think I'll start cracking open some of the cards. Because we got the time for it. I'll just see if I can get a guess on it at the moment. Robert Murray. And Angels got Mike Bauman from the Giants, who was recently DFA'd. Okay, so that's like not really big news. Another piece of news. Arizona's paying $2.25 million of Josh Bell's remaining salary. So Miami's keeping like $14 million. Makes sense. It's basically a salary dump. Kind of get it, but it seems like it makes sense. It's an upgrade, I guess you can say. Okay, now the stoves are heating up. And they're just retweeting the Josh Bell stuff, so never mind. Give me hope, and I think things are gonna get better. Again, more Josh Bell. Pass. Yep, that's just the Josh Bell stuff, so... Let's try this. Let's kill some more time. Let's try an immaculate draft while we wait for another deal. Okay. Let's try an immaculate draft. Which player is this? Orioles. Oh, that's Nick Markakis. Yep, that is Nick Markakis. And I'll take William Contreras. Mark Feinsand is saying that the Cardinals could look to get Dylan Carlson, could use Dylan Carlson to get a reliever. 3 hours until the deadline. Buckle up, folks. Buckle up. First base. Giambi Garciaparra and Matt Holliday, that's the Oakland A's in 2009. And Christian Walker. Second base. The last shortstop. Oh, God. The last shortstop to win an MVP. It's 2023. It was Acuna and Ohtani. Then 2022 was Judge. And... oh, the last shortstop to win an MVP. 2023 was Who won the MVP in 2023 in the National League? Actually, in 2022, it was Goldschmidt and Judge. 2021 was Harper and Ohtani. 2020 was Abreu and Freeman. 2019 AL MVP. Bellinger was the NL MVP. AL MVP was Altuve or Judge. 2018 was Betts and Yelich. 2017 was Giancarlo and who won the AL MVP in 2017? I'll come back to this. It'll hit me. Name this player. Nats, Royals, Twins. Oh. Is this Michael Taylor? Michael A. Taylor. Michael A. Taylor. Yeah, this is Michael A. Taylor. Give me third base. Selected player did not start for the Cubs in the 2016 World Series. Okay. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, Game 7. It was Quintana. I'll take Bregman. Let's go left field. 2020 ALCS. So Rays. It's the Rays. Justin Upton. Only player to have won the the MVP award in the NL and the American League. It is not Verlander. Come back to that. Player that hit for the cycle in 2023. Luis Ariz. Ball, DH spot. Which player is this? Adrian Beltre. Yep. 2 more spots. We have no viewers. So, wow. No news since 3 minutes ago. So, yeah. Last player to win the MVP in the NL and the AL. It wasn't Bats, even though that feels right. Last shortstop to win an MVP. It's either A-Rod or Jeter, I think. It's been a while since a shortstop won the MVP. I think it was A-Rod, wasn't it? It's like he was the only shortstop at the time who hit really well. So, and then the AL MVP was last to do that. Last player to win the MVP in both leagues. It was probably a while ago, right? It wasn't Barry Bonds. Wasn't Miguel Cabrera? I don't think so. I have no clue as to who that was. I was part of one of them both leagues. Yeah, I don't know. It's like MVP in both leagues. To win it in one league is already hard enough, but to win it in both. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing for that one, so. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Well, you got it's a new, so let's try with these cards. There we go. Let's try. Sleeves and cards. So we got we have a oh, there we go. We got an all-star. Is this mirroring properly? Yep. All-star Gary Carter. Who signed with the Mets. So just gonna put that leave there. Like in front of things for digital. There we go. We have another Met. Didn't double. I know people usually do that down here. He's on the desk. It's not really the best setup for this. Next we've got yep. This MLB Network. No new. All-star Bobby Bonilla with the Pirates. NL leaders. Oh, he was third in our and we have number one draft pick. Ventura. There we go. Good. These are pretty nice, actually. We're really good. Baseball card. A lot of them came out, so I clearly did not grow up with this. Let's see. What is this? Yep, that is not a notification. So we have Terry Francona when he was a player. He's a first baseman. Interesting. Expos, Cubs, Reds, and Cleveland. So if you want an immaculate grid player for any of those teams, Terry Francona. We have Randy Velarde. Is that how you say that? Anyone know how to say that name? Randy Velarde. He was a 19th round of the White Sox. Collected his first big league hit in 1987. So let's see if we have any comments, because it doesn't look like there's anyone watching. No comments since the Connor Norby deal almost an hour ago. over an hour ago. Lovely. Just Randy Velarde. Tanner Scott is expected to be moved as of by Craig Mish. We got a trade, apparently. The Yankees have apparently moved. Apparently, the Yankees have moved Caleb Ferguson to the Astros for a minor leaguer and international bonus money. Oh, passing bomb. Thank you. I know I should have started doing something. Guardians are acquiring Alex Cobb from the Giants. Alex Cobb. Because he hasn't pitched this year. But like last year, he was good. I mean, yeah, the FIP is concerning, but like, if we look at 2022 and 2023, like, that split is one of the, excuse me, his split is one of the better ones in baseball. So, okay. So, Alex Cobb, interesting deal for Cleveland. You know, I had them getting Trevor Williams, who has not pitched in a while, but I like that move. I can't say I hate it because I don't. I actually kind of like it. I feel like that is a sneaky good move. And this is what I wanted Cleveland to do. I wanted them to go out and get a starter because they need starting pitching. I didn't want them to just neglect that. I wanted them to get somebody. And they seem to have done so with Alex Cobb. As you can see here, they've went out and gotten somebody for that rotation, which, I mean, when's Fangraphs when you need it? Fangraphs, Master Resource Guardians. Here we go. Nothing to know right now. Like, Ben Lively, Carlos Carrasco, and they just called it Joey Cantillo. So, they needed more depth in this rotation, which is why I was confused as to why they went out and they got Lane Thomas, of all people. So, I think the move for someone like an Alex Cobb, I like it. It's not a bad move at all. It's a pretty good move, if I say so myself. In my humble opinion, I like the move. Anyways, I'm going to stop sharing because I will continue to talk about it when we get the return. Keep going with the baseball cards. We got news. They're just announcing the Alex Cobb news. So, those of you who don't know, I was opening baseball cards. We got another Yankee. We got Dave Island, I don't know how to pronounce that. And okay. I mean, these cards, I really love the aesthetic of these. Like, I was never really much of a baseball card guy, but like, I can't deny that this actually looks pretty nice, pretty sweet, if I say so myself. More news. What do we got? Come on, Twitter. You have one job. Your only job is to tell me about trades. Okay, Guardians, Cobb. Yeah, we get it. They're getting Alex Cobb. To the people who are watching who have not been watching yet today, thank you all for joining. I know you have a choice of trade deadline streams, and I appreciate that you chose this one. Next up, oh, this is nice. We got, I don't know if you guys can see that. That is Jeffrey Oden. He's really good for a time. Like, I wasn't alive when he was pitching, but I heard he was really good. I saw the video. He was pretty good. Oh, wow. Oh, he pitched a long time. Like, Mets, Expos, Twins, Braves would be some clubs that you could use for Jeffrey Oden if you're an immaculate good person. If you are just watching this video and you want to ask me about trades, by all means, leave it in the comment section below. I do have a trade deadline tracker that I am in the midst of filling out as we learn more about the deals. Let's see, what else is... we have 3 hours left. Retweeting this really quick because it is funny. And we're back. So, got a few more cards to go through in the first set. We've got another All-Star. All-Star Alan Trammell. AL leaders in batting average. He was 7th in batting average in 1988. or 87. I think these are 87 stats because the cards say 88 on them. Comment, did you comment on the Jorge Soler move early on in the stream, but I am not against doing so again. I like the move for the Braves. I think the Braves made a great move getting Soler. I think another reason why they might have done it is Ozuna has a club option for next year. And if Soler outperforms him, you might just say, okay, we decline Ozuna's club option, you keep Soler on as your DH at a discount of $3 million. So I think it's not just a move for this year. I think it's a move for future seasons as well. I like it. I don't like it as much for the Giants because you just went out and you signed him to a multi-year deal. You signed Matt Chapman. You signed Blake Snell. What does that say to free agents who are going to consider your team? Like, don't get me wrong. San Francisco is a beautiful city. I've been there a couple of times. I like it. I've been to Oracle Park, beautiful stadium. But at the same time, I don't know, the Giants front office is not doing their best in terms of asset management. And if you're a Braves fan, I love this move for you. I love getting Jorge Soler back. You're getting the gang back together, but I really hope, I think I tweeted this or I said this somewhere yesterday, but I really hope it's not The Incredibles 2 if 2021 was The Incredibles, if you get my drift. We got news about the trade about the Guardians. Okay, let me share screen real quick. I'm just going to switch over to the trade. Share screen. Guardians are sending Jacob Bresnahan and a player to be named later. When did Jacob Bresnahan? Is he in their top 30 or no? MLB pipeline? No, apparently not. I don't even know who Jacob Bresnahan is. Minor league player, Jacob Bresnahan. Cobb has been dealt to the Guardians. Okay, everyone is just confirming the Alex Cobb deal right now. So I really have nothing else to say about that. I mean, it's an upgrade. I mean, okay, again, I'm going to go to Savant for this because I need to do a side-by-side on this one. Where is Alex Cobb? Alex Cobb. Okay. If you are a fan of the Guardians, who do you trust more? Alex Cobb or Ben Lively? I'll do it again. Alex Cobb or Ben Lively? Like, Cleveland really needed to fortify their rotation. I think this move helps them do that. Yep, not Ben Lively. Switch tab. There we go. Alex Cobb. I think Alex Cobb helps them do that. And they're not taking on a ton of money. So I'm just surprised that they are doing this kind of a move. Like, I knew they were going to go out and get a starter. I just didn't know who. And Alex Cobb makes sense. At least to me, it makes sense. You're buying low on a player who is coming back from injury. So I think it's a smart move. Let's see, so you get this down. Rain pitcher, Alex Cobb. What was the return for Cobb again? I just said it. Jacob Bresnahan, a player to be named later. Player to be named later. Okay. So that updates the spreadsheet. I forgot to mention this, but apparently Caleb Ferguson got traded for a minor leaguer that has not been announced, according to Jack Curry. Don't know how much of that is true, so I can't really say anything yet. Yeah, that's all I got right now for that. So I'll stop sharing and I'll go back to these cards because we still got a few left. We have Monty Ferris, former Ranger. I think if I put it like, yeah, there we go. Pretty nice. I mean, I like the design, the aesthetic of these older cards, and I thought this would be pretty good to show on the stream. Oh, he was a #1 draft pick. Just realized that. There we go, #1 draft pick. I'm gonna see if I can get some of see what else is new. Apparently, the Pirates are out on Yandy Diaz. I feel bad for the Pirates fans. Like, they needed to add if they want to stay in the hunt. And Bob Nutting is now saying, I don't have any money. So, as long as Bob Nutting continues to be cheap, they're not going to get as far as they would like. Quite frankly, that's just the reality of it. All right, next card we've got. Ooh. There we go. Ken Caminiti on the Astros, former Padre. Oh, this one is a prospect. Nice, nice. So I'm going to put that in a sleeve. Probably wondering why I'm doing this on stream, and it's a nice contrast from the chaos of the deadline. There we go. Ken Caminiti. Next up, who do we got? Greg Walker, the White Sox. There we go. Don't know who this is, but nice card. Who did he play for? Oh, just the White Sox. If you need a White Sox player, Greg Walker. We have record breaker Andre Dawson. So, pretty neat. I'm honestly just waiting for the trades. I would love it if some trade news came in. That would be really nice at this point. The market has to, honestly, if I'm being quite honest. Where's there it is. The market is going to come down because no one is going to madly overpay for a player. We have 2 hours left until then, so prices are going to drop and everything's going to be flooding in within the last 30 minutes. I just have a feeling. Anyways, next card. Ooh, another Yankee. We got Rick Rhoden. I'm sure the John Boy Media people would tell me who this is, so I don't know anything about him. Former Dodger, Pirate, and Yankee. So you need those 3 teams on your immaculate grid: a Dodger, or a Pirate, or a Dodger and a Yankee. Rick Rhoden, who is a starting pitcher. By the way, I did realize we did hit 100 subscribers this morning, so thank you all for that. I do really appreciate it. I can't believe we already hit 100. Just a few weeks ago, we were sitting at 30 or 40, so I really appreciate you all watching. And the last card in this pack is Cubs leaders. It's just a player. Well, I don't know who that is, but it's just all the Cubs leaders from the 1988 season. So it's probably Frank DiPino if I had to do the process of elimination. Go. There we go. Realize putting my hand behind the card actually helps you see it a little easier, so I'll try to do that a little more. Let's see. What's new? Nothing yet. Please leave comments. I would appreciate seeing some comments. It gives me more stuff to talk about with you guys. I do appreciate the 2 people who are watching. Thank you very much for watching. It means a lot. For clarification, Alex Cobb is due like $3 million. So not due a ton of money, but he is still due some money. Trying to figure out how to open the rest of this pack of baseball cards, so I'll probably get the scissors out. There we go. That seemed to do the trick. No other moves so far. Honestly, if I had to say who's winning the deadline so far, I think Tampa Bay. I think they saw the market as what it was, and they're like, yeah, let's sell off some pieces, get some players back. So, Tampa Bay, I think they're winning the deadline right now. And at this point, I don't see Crochet getting moved. Like, not with this market that we're in. So, I think this is actually going to be something of a... This feels like 2019 all over again. But honestly, I think the sellers might have backed themselves into a corner. Because, I mean, what are you going to do? Keep these players and get nothing for them? If you have a UFA, if you have like a Jack Flaherty, like what are you going to do if you're Detroit? Just keep them? Like, you're going to want more than just a draft pick in return. Like, so. Selling teams, if you lower your demands just a tiny bit, and if you're flexible, like, you're willing to negotiate in fairness, you might get something that winds up being really good in a few years. Now, is that going to happen? I don't know. Some GMs can be stubborn, but it's possible. All right, let's get to more cards. We got Paul O'Neill, former Red, former Yankee. Didn't he get his number retired too? I think he did. Okay. Next we have Astros former manager Hal Lanier. I know who you are. Oh, that's cool. These manager cards have like checklists on the back of like all your players. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Next up, we got Pat Perry, who is a pitcher. That is like the most pitcher name I have like seen. Just all P's. P's only. P-O. Pitcher only. Get it? Yeah, I know. Humor is not my strong suit. Oh, if you need a Cardinal, a Red, and a Cub, you need an NL Central guy? Pat Perry. And let's see. That is ridiculous. And Bresnahan is a lefty, the guy in the Cobb trade. Next up, we got Rene Gonzalez, Baltimore Orioles and Expos. So the DMV series, if you have a American Liquid category that is Orioles Nationals, and you want a rarity score, Rene Gonzalez with an S at the end. Next up, Rick Sutcliffe. if you are a Padre fan, you know of Rick Sutcliffe from '84. He was really good. He was really good for a long time. Dodger, Cleveland, Cub, Rick Sutcliffe. I will say these cards are really, really nice. So now trade notifications. Don't know if I'll be able to get a guest on, so we'll keep going. Cardinals pitcher Steve Peters. I feel like this music is kind of a vibe for just opening baseball cards. But if you're still watching, thank you for watching, and let me know in the comments, who do you think is going to get traded? Where do you think people are going to get traded? If you want my opinion on trades, ask me for that as well. I have a whole spreadsheet with all the trades. So let me see. Which one do I want to talk about while I open these cards? I already talked about Jason Adam. A trade that I think really is going to go under the radar. Sorry, I just do this to reset the audio. But a trade that I think might go under the radar is Quinn Priester for New York. I like that deal. I thought it was an interesting move, but it made sense because what do you call it? What was I looking for? What was I trying to say? It made sense if you're the Red Sox, because Nick York is more or less blocked, and because he's Rule 5 eligible. That and the Pirates are still looking for a consistent second baseman, and Quinn Priester was blocked by Mitch Keller, Martin Perez, Marco Gonzalez, Bailey Falter, Luis Ortiz, Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, Anthony Solomeno. Solomedo's interesting. Anthony Solomeno, so on. And Andrew Bailey is the kind of pitching coach who can help maximize his sinker. So I thought that Quinn Priester move was pretty good. We got Deion James of the Braves. Brewer and Brave. Put the card in the sleeve. I put it on upside down. Whoops. But yeah. Deion James. No trade news yet, so this is either going to be the most boring deadline of all time or the most action-packed 2 hours of our lives. So far. Next up, we have... Tim Belcher. What did this say? All-Star rookie. Oh, he was a rookie in '88. I forgot about that. Even though I used him on the Immaculate Grid earlier in the stream. He was 88. He had a 2.91 ERA. Not bad. Tim Belcher Dodger card. These cards are pretty. I don't know why. We have Craig Reynolds of the Astros. So I know who he is. Pirates, Mariners, and Astros. Okay, so he was on those good Astros teams. Okay. Not bad. That, and it's the old Astro unis, the ones that are really... I like these. I like these unis. I know a lot of people don't. I thought they were nice. I thought they were different, definitely quirky, but they are different. I like that. No news. No new news yet. And just to say that I got a Twitter notification. What was I looking for? Can I link this to Twitter? Yeah, I can. Wait, I've been able to link this to Twitter the whole time. Oh. I can't do it simultaneously. It's all right. Got a few cards left in this pack, and then we'll see if hopefully there's some more trades by then. Metrics. Oh, that's a good question. What StatCast metrics are you looking at when you want to find out the true dominance of a pitcher? K per 9, walk per 9, xFIP, and hard hit rates for me personally. Okay, camera is back. We've got a few cards left. We've got former Astro Bill Doran. Where did he play? Pretty much the Astros up until 88, so... Oh, wrong way. There he is. I'm going to be honest, this is the first time I've ever had card sleeves, so still figuring them out. Pretty nice card. Oh, we got a former Padre. Let's go. We've got Terry Kennedy, former Padre. He was good with the Padres. Wow. Forgot how good this guy was when he was in San Diego. He also made an All-Star appearance with the Orioles, so if you need an Oriole All-Star, Terry Kennedy, just be your guy. Can everybody hear me okay? Like, I've not asked that this entire stream, and I probably should have. Yeah. The Oakland A's say they're not trading Rooker. Probably should look to do that. I mean, especially in this market. No deals yet, so I'm just going to keep going with cards. We've got Jerry Don Gleaton of the Royals, who looks to be a lefty, I think. Yeah, he's a lefty. Ranger, Mariner, White Sox, Royal. Interesting collab of teams. There are a few. Oh, I need more sleeves. So if you need a Ranger, Mariner, White Sox, or Royal on your next Immaculate Grid, Jerry Don Gleaton. There he is. And the last card in this set of cards is Carlos Quintana. Carlos Quintana, who was an outfielder for the Red Sox. Say when he was born, 65, so he's 23. Don't know if he was a top prospect, but he might have been. Yes. No comments quite yet. No news. Got nothing new so far, so right now we're just waiting. How is it almost 12:30 already? So I think more people might be either joining in or leaving because it's their lunchtime. We hope some people can join because I've been streaming for 3 hours now. Probably should have started the stream a little later. Oh well. Nothing new. Nothing new after the Cobb deal yet. So we're just going to keep going. We've got Will Clark. I think this is, objectively speaking, I think this is the nicest card I've pulled today. I like this one. Clark, Giants Hall of Famer. I wasn't there when he got put into the Giants Hall of Fame, but I knew someone who was. They told me about it. That was fascinating. So, Clark. Luis Polonia, Oakland A's. Oakland A's outfielder. Okay. Limited playing time. Never knew about Luis Polonia, but pretty much an Oakland A's outfielder. If you ever played one game in the outfield for the Oakland A's, Luis Polonia. Oh, we got another Astro. Oh, and this is a Padre. Dickie Thon. Oh, wait. No, I'm not saying that again. Mr. Thon here. Padre. He's with the Astros, the Angels, and the Padres. What did he play? He was a shortstop. One-time All-Star. Please be good news. No, it is not. That was not a trade. That was just my phone. But yeah. Pulled the Padre. Don't feel comfortable saying the name, but we pulled the Padre. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ow. Got my phone again. Royals are getting aggressive, and I kind of like it. Sharing screen. The Royals are getting Lucas Erceg from the Oakland A's. Sources tell Jeff Passan. Savant. Okay. This is going to cost them a pretty penny because Lucas Erceg is under team control for 5 more seasons. Yeah. I'm going to stop the camera to make it easier. But yeah, look at that. Then he throws gas. Like, strikes out batters, he doesn't walk as many. Doesn't allow a ton of hard contact. Like, the changeup is the pitch that's getting hit the most, but he throws it the least. Slider is filthy. Like, what's the Royals? Royals top prospects. They're gonna trade a lot in this deal. Like, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what they're trading, but it's gonna be a lot. Finalizing a deal. I'm gonna switch to the Royals top prospects. Like, it's gonna probably cost someone in this top 10. And knowing Oakland and their needs. When was Gavin Cross drafted? 2022. It might be a Gavin Cross. It might be one of these guys. Veneziano is the guy I mix up with Solomedo all the time. But has he made it to the bigs? He has, barely. He might be on the move. See what else? Any updates on the deal? Because I can feel my phone buzzing. The Royals are getting Erceg. They're getting Erceg. Okay. So, we don't know what the return is yet. But it's going to be a lot. So let me set this up on the trade table. And a pitcher. And this one hurts because Erceg, I want it on the Padres. It is going to cost a top prospect because of the years of team control. Probably, it might even take like a Carter Jensen. Even though they have Shea Langoliers. The thing is, Jensen is a lot like Langoliers, so it's not going to be Blake Mitchell, but it'll probably be somewhere between Ben Cadurna and somewhere between 2 and 20. I don't see them getting as the headliner, and then someone like Eric Sarantola could be on the way back as well, because he's really highly touted. Like he's a guy like a lot of people are really high on. I'm really high on Eric Sarantola as a prospect, so I think That's what it would take. A piece like that. I'll let you know what updates I get about Lucas Urseg, which is kind of a bummer because Padres fans really wanted him. Back to the baseball cards, we've got 2 in 1 there. We got Scott Fletcher of the Rangers. Yeah, clearly I don't know how to hold baseball cards. Don't worry about that. Scott Fletcher of the Rangers. Who else did you play for? Cubs and White Sox. So if you need 2 Chicago teams, what's your name, man? Scott Fletcher would be a good one for that. We've got current D-backs broadcaster, former manager Bob Brenly. He was a catcher. Yeah, that explains that. So if you need a former Giants catcher, Bob Brenly or Bob Melvin. There's some pretty good pulls. I think Bob Brenly might be better of a pull than Bob Melvin because people remember Bob Melvin as a Giants catcher. Bob Brenly, who really hates the Padres for some reason. I don't know what's up with him. We got Mark Langston on the Mariners. This is before he was traded to the Expos, before he made it to the Angels, and then the Padres. So we got Mark Langston, Mariners, Angels, Padres, Expos. Nah. If you're playing Immaculate Grid and for some reason you have a notepad out and you're writing all this down. Langston. Andres Thomas of the Braves, who was a shortstop. Okay, and yeah, I don't know much about him, so former Brave. There you go. These cards are really clean. I'm not gonna lie, they look really nice. Any news about the trade? That does not help. Royals are getting Urseg. Yeah, some people in the Padres community are not really happy about that, but that's okay. We got Dave Henderson of the A's, also the Red Sox and the Giants and the Mariners. Mariners, Giants, Mariners, Red Sox, Mariners, A's, or any combination of those teams. Mr. Dave Henderson would work for that. Next, we got Mr. El Presidente, Dennis Martinez. Iconic. Like I never grew up watching a guy like Dennis Martinez, but then when I found out about it, I was like, this guy was pretty good. Sneaky underrated player in the history of baseball. I know this one. Henry Cotto, former Cub. The reason I know, Cotto going back to the wall, it's gone. Home run Garvey, and there will be tomorrow. Padres lore. There we go. He was Cub, Yankee, Mariner. Got a few left, but let me check if there's any trade updates. Just gonna see, and okay. Nothing yet. But so far today it's been pretty slow so far. We had Mark Leiter, Lucas Sims, Trevor Rogers, Josh Bell, Alex Cobb, Ferguson, and now Urseg. Urseg was like the biggest name of the day. Which feels weird, like a reliever being the biggest trade of the day. You don't really ever see that. Next card we got is Pat Tabler, DH and outfielder, Cubs, Guardians, Royals. So Guardians, Royals might be a good one for that. He's spent a few seasons in Cleveland. There we go. I have to put it in front of me for it to be visible. We got 2 more. We got Chuck Krim, who is a pitcher. Is he a reliever or a starter? Oh, he was a reliever. Yeah. I have to remember that in the 80s, like, no relievers were, like, striking anyone out. So, like, so the name, Chuck Krim, pretty cool name. Yeah. The updates on any trades. Imagine being imagine being a beat reporter right now. Your phone is probably exploding. Last player in. Oh wait, no, we got two more. Oh, they're both Expos. We got Otis Nixon, who was a Yankee, Guardian, and an Expo. Never really knew of Otis Nixon. I mean, a lot of these players are like the 80s, so like not an era that I'm particularly familiar with. Otis Nixon, and the last card of the pack, Tim Wallach, former third baseman, longtime Expo National, Tim Wallach. That's all the cards we got out of the Topps 1988 cards. I have a pack of Genres 1988 that I'll probably open later in the stream, if time allows. I do hope you enjoyed them. I might give some away because I just realized we just hit 100 subs. Might give away some of the cards, but let's see what's going on in trade world. Nothing. This deadline is dead. Really hope it picks up. Just as I take a bite of some fruit. Garrett Cole has been scratched from his start due to general body fatigue. Will Warren will start. So prospect Will Warren is probably not getting traded. Interesting move. The Yankees, I know they're under some pressure. I mean, after all, this might be their only year with Juan Soto, so they're under a bit of pressure to perform, but let's see their roster. Like batting wise, I think they're set. Like they're in a good spot. Don't get me wrong. John Heyman gives a video update about Garrett Crochet. I can try to see if I can listen to that while I'm on this. In the rotation, now there was a rumor about the rotation that they were going to look to trade Nestor Cortez if they got Jack Flaherty, which partly makes sense, partly doesn't, because I don't know, just part of it feels weird to me. Like, why would you trade a starter who goes out and consistently gives you innings because you picked up another guy? Like, I guess they must have faith in Will Warren. I would understand. Let me have a listen to see what good friend John Heyman said about Garrett Crochet. So, apparently, according to Heyman, diminishing confidence that Crochet gets moved. I knew it. I just... Where's Crochet's Savant? Let me pull this up. Like, this is good, right? Like, this is all very good. But if we go to his game logs, like recently, like, he's barely pitched this month. So, like, and when he has, he's not been good. He's a 4.85 ERA in July, 162 WHIP. Like, in 13 innings, he struck out 19, but he's allowed 15 hits and 9 runs. Like, if you wanted to trade him, Chicago, you should have just done it. Like, I think they overplayed their hand too much. They like, I think they got their bluff called on them, and therefore it's not going to happen. Tweet. Call a scratch. Big gap in talks about Yandy Diaz. Okay. So Yandy Diaz is probably not getting traded, which is kind of a bummer because if you were a team looking for a bat, I mean, this speaks for itself. The Rangers are making a deal. Rangers are making a deal. What do we got? That's Jeff, I believe. Ooh. The Rangers are getting Andrew Chafin. Okay. Rangers. So the Rangers are buying. Okay. Kind of get it. Like, let me see if I can switch over here. They go into their bullpen. Like, this is their bullpen right now, and I think it's Jacob Latz who they're trying to, like, I don't want to say replace, but whose roster spot he would take. Like, if we look at Jacob Latz, like, no. Like, the FIP of 482, he's walking, it, like, and then if we compare that to Andrew Chafin, like, it's a lot more promising. Like, even though the ground ball rate is higher, the walk rate is lower, and the strikeout rate is higher. In 41 games, there's 7 innings, and we got another deal. Okay, now we are cooking. I am glad I stayed on this long. What? The Royals are getting Kamal DeYoung from the White Sox. Royals, slow down there. Look, it's like you got handed a credit card and you go to a candy store. You can't buy all the candy. Like, you're purging your farm system in this one go. Like, I don't hate this for the Royals because depth is depth. But, like, where's he going to play? Like, second base? But you have Michael Massey there. Like, I'm pretty sure he's been good. Let's see. Like, I think he was having a breakout year. Okay, no, he's not been great. Share this tab instead. But, like, the average is okay. The slugging is good, but at the same time, like, WRC plus of 90. Say 40 games at second. Has a grading out defensively. Zips, batted ball probability, pitch type, pitch value, fielding. Like fielding, don't play started now. Fielding percentage, I mean, he's a good fielder, but compare that to Paul DeYoung. We're on Paul DeYoung already. Like, no, not Trevor Rogers. Go back. Okay, this is starting to lag on me, so stop screen share. Let me reset this. Here we go. Like, Paul DeYoung, like, is he really that much of an upgrade? That's what confuses me. Like, here, Bob Nightingale just tweeted. Give me 1 second. Like, he gives them infield versatility and gives them a chance to be in the playoff hunt, according to Bob Nightingale, but he's not an upgrade. Like, who is he an upgrade over? Like, someone on your bench? Like, Garrett Hampson? Nick Lofton? Like, I don't really know what to say about DeYoung. And I just realized I did not share the tab I meant to share. So. Computer is having a little bit of lag. Adam DeYoung has not played second this year. So, I really don't know what the Royals are doing. What? I forgot the Royals are playing the White Sox. So, he's switching dugouts. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is a weird move for the Royals. Like, I really hope this deadline picks up steam soon, because this deadline has been really underwhelming. Oh, Lucas Urseg from Oakland to Kansas City has been finalized. But what's the return? And before I forget, I might as well update my spreadsheet. This is Paul DeYoung. Here's my card sleeves over to the side because they're kind of in the way of the keyboard. Paul DeYoung goes from Chicago to Kansas City for don't know yet. Same with Urseg. We don't know what the return is there. So the Royals have been the most aggressive team. Well, they were one of the most aggressive teams in the offseason. And they were one of the most aggressive teams at the deadline. At this point, I don't think Crochet is going to get traded. I think Flaherty will, but it will be for less than Detroit was trying to get. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I think I have an idea. I think I know what I want to talk about. Because we heard that teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Padres were interested in Jack Flaherty. I think Detroit wants something from these four as a headliner. But I think LA would send something starting at 10 and going down. Because, I'll say this again, rental. Like, you will not get that much for Jack Flaherty as you think you will. If we go over to the Padres, like, I'm going to say this as bluntly as possible. Tigers, you're not getting Ethan Salas, and you're not getting Leodalis DeVries. Like, these two are off limits. You're not getting Robbie Snelling either. If you're getting somebody, it's probably you're starting at Graham Pauley and going downwards. You might be lucky and you get Adam Major. Like Adam Major and I don't know, someone like Braden Nutt or like a Carson Montgomery or maybe even a Jackson Wolf. Someone like a pairing of those two kind of prospects makes more sense because no one is trading Ethan Salas. No one is trading Leo DeVries for 2 months of Jack Flaherty. Like that is just ridiculous. Like if you even think that's how it's going to be, you can forget about it. Like, that's not what they're doing. And then when it comes to the Yankees, who are also interested in Jack Flaherty, where are you? New York Yankees. You're not getting any of these four. If you wanted a package, it would have had to start with Will Warren. But Will Warren is starting for the Yankees tonight, so he's not getting traded. You'd probably start with a Brock Salvage or a Clayton Beeter. Is Beeter a reliever this year, or is he a starter? Okay, he's been a starter. Like, you probably get Clayton Beeter or like a Yoendris Gomez, even a Jorbit Vivas. But like, if you're the Tigers, you're talking to the Yankees, you're not getting Jason Dominguez or Spencer Jones. You'd be lucky if you get Chase Hampton or Roderick Arias. Everson Pereira is out for the season, I believe. So, if you're the Tigers, I don't really see what you would get out of a deal like this. Who else was interested in Flaherty? I haven't checked. I'll have to check because there's a lot going on. Rosewater, oh, right. I need to write Chafin in my trade deadline dealings. I had him going to Boston, but I understand. They don't really feel the need for a second lefty. Chafin, Detroit to Texas for I don't know who yet. Go ahead, ask me questions about like trades and stuff. Like I appreciate that the two people who are watching this are tuning in. It's very kind of you all. So I'd really appreciate some more topics to discuss. And this is interesting. Robert Murray said on Foul Territory that the Fetty deal being viewed as so bad for the White Sox may screw the White Sox over in a Crochet deal because teams will think they can take advantage of Chris Getz, so they're going to be lowballed. Interesting. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, where's there we are. Like, okay, I need to do some hand gestures for this, so I'm gonna do this. I think Chicago. Okay, let me pull up Crochet again. Garrett Crochet. I want to share the Crochet numbers while I do this. Okay, so this is what Garrett Crochet has to offer. And if you are the White Sox, you're pointing this out. This. However, if you're another team, you are pointing at the terrible return they got for Eric Fetty and Tommy Pham. Look, if you just got a recently graduated prospect and 2 low 20s for that, like, where's the Dodgers? Because I know the Dodgers are in on Crochet. Like, if the Dodgers are going to try to offer you a package or Crochet, they're going to probably say, we'll start with like a Diego Cartaya and maybe send over one of these guys lower in the system, like a Jake Geloff or an Austin Gauthier or even a Noah Miller, who is rumored to be in the trade for Betty and Edman and everything. Which, to be honest, if he was in that trade, it probably would have looked better. But he wasn't. So the trade looks terrible. So, to be quite honest, like, let's say the Padres. Going back to the Padres. I know I talk about a lot about the Padres and the Dodgers. That's because those are the two teams that have the most that they're looking for. And we got another passing bomb. Passing. The Mets are finalizing a deal to acquire Paul Blackburn. Dang it. I thought he would have been a good fit on the Padres. Paul Blackburn. There we are. I mean, it's all right. Like, hold on, let me switch tabs. There we go. I mean, he's all right. He's not bad. Like, the FIP. It's a guy who has a FIP and ERA in the 4s. He's under team control for next season. what is this going to cost the Mets? Like, go to the Mets farm. Like, I'm going to say this. The time for them Oakland A's to trade Paul Blackburn was last year. Because now, you're probably not getting a top 10 guy. You're probably going to get, like, one of these two. Maybe is Don Hamill a starter? You're probably going to get someone like Don Hamill or a Jacob Reimer. Yeah, you're probably going to get someone like him or a Jacob Reimer. Maybe even some of these guys who are a little further away, like a Ronald Hernandez, who they got in the D-Rob trade. And so, like, let me switch over here to my spreadsheet. Like, we got Paul Blackburn. It's going from the Oakland A's to the New York Mets. I'm trying to think if there was a time that these two teams made a trade before. Chris Bassett 2.0. And another passing bomb just dropped. JT Chagua going to the Mariners from the Marlins, which is a little upsetting. I wanted him in San Diego. Let's see. JT Chagua, Paul Blackburn. So, what tab am I sharing again? All right. So, go back to the Mets. I think if they're going to trade Blackburn, they're not trading a top 10 guy. Like, maybe Kevin Parada because you have Francisco Alvarez? Like, I don't think you'd send Kevin Parada and then someone like Yoander Suarez to the A's for Paul Blackburn, which I think Oakland, again, fumbled the return. So, okay, we're going to try this for a little bit. But the Mets, then when it comes to the Mariners, for JT Chagua, there's a cursor tab here, the Blackburn. JT Chagua, like, he's barely pitched this year, and it hasn't been great. But last year, he didn't qualify, but he pitched really well. Whoa. The Royals trade just dropped. Kansas City. They are getting, according to Mike Feinsand, you're getting Mason Barnett. He's number 4. Will Klein. I know it's right here. He's number 18. He has an elite fastball, and you're also getting Jared Dickey, who is not in the top 30. Okay. So, come back over here. You have Mason Barnett, who's number 4. I'll correct the grammar later. You're getting Will Klein. And you're getting outfielder Jared Dickey. I'm going to be honest, I don't think who am I thinking about? Where am I going? Yeah, here we are. I don't think that the Oakland A's were like 100% dead set on trading Lucas Urseg. I feel like this offer must have just been too good to refuse, because like Mason Barnett is the number 4 prospect right now, and let's see, above average fastball and changeup. He sits mid-90s as a starter. Like they say, he's a dog on the mound, so I would pull up the clip, but I don't want to get copyright striked. Like, he's not pitching great at AA, but he's racking up the Ks. 252 batting average on post, batting average against. And then they're also getting Will Klein. Like, he's pitched in a few games this season, but like 184 batting average against. He is a little wild with the walks, but upper 90s, flashes triple digits, like fastball, slider, curveball. Like, It's like, if you're Oakland, if you're the A's, and yes, I will call you Oakland even after you move. Okay, audio is back. But if you're the A's, you got a haul and a half for Lucas Ursack, and we all know how volatile relievers can be. Mets are acquiring Paul Blackburn. Yep, Mark Feinsand says Barnett was number 4, Klein was number 18 before the season. What are the Padres going to do now? I don't know. But yeah. The Royals. What did the Royals? They made another trade, right? They made another trade earlier. Yeah, they've given up their number 2. So far it's been their number 2. Now then Walter Pennington, who was not a prospect. The number 2, the number 4, the number 18, whatever they're giving up in the Paul DeJong trade. Like, we might not know some of these returns for a while, but just, it's a lot. If you're the Royals, you're giving up a lot, and I understand you want to go for it. You're in a spot where you can get in the wild card chase, but you also have to remember. Actually, wait. Now that I think about it, aren't there a lot of their guys still not yet ARB eligible? Oh, that's right. That is right. I don't know. They're having an interesting deadline. I will say that much. I'm not against it. I just will need to evaluate all of this after the stream and be like, okay, like, did you overpay? Did you underpay? But yeah. Been a lot going. Yep, we have the return in the Paul DeJong trade. Gerald Rosado. Is he a top 30 guy? He is not. He'll stop sharing. Paul DeJong, they're getting right-hander Harold Rosado. Is he he must be in the DSL, right? Well, DeJong doesn't strike out a ton, so I think that could help an offense that is slightly prone to the strikeout. I'm trying to look at positives here for this deal because I still remain baffled by some of these moves that are happening. The Mets getting Paul Blackburn I don't think is a bad move. I just need to know what the return is on that deal. If I can share my spreadsheet again. Here we go. Like, we don't yet have a return on Chafin or Blackburn or Chagua. For Chagua, it probably won't be much. Yep, no return yet on Chagua. No return yet on Chafin because it's still in the medical process, and Blackburn, nothing yet. And now we wait. At this point, I don't know what to expect from some other teams. Because I know we're still waiting on Jack Flaherty. We're still waiting on... Well, Garrett Crochet is probably not getting traded. Still waiting on Flaherty. Who are some other guys? Still waiting on Flaherty. We're still waiting to hear what's going to happen. Oh, and Gerald Rosado is at Class A. Apparently the Marlins will be very active over the next 2 hours. You know who would be a good fit for San Diego? I'm thinking about him right now. Just remembered this. Is this the guy I was thinking of? No. Here he is. And to the new, if we have any new viewers, hello again. Welcome for joining. Thank you for joining the 2024 MLB Trade Deadline Nerdstravaganza. Get me Huascar Brazoban on the Padres. Like, look at this. Look at this. I know it's not qualified, but it's all red. A lot of red. Red is nice. Expected ERA 2.49. It's good. It doesn't allow barrels. Balls are topped. So a lot of ground balls. Yep, 51% ground ball rate. Pull rate. And they're not hit. The only pitch of his that is getting hit a lot is the sinker, but he hasn't thrown very many of those. He's more leaning on the cutter and the changeup, which makes the four-seamer seem even faster than it actually is. I like it. Get me Huascar Brazoban on the San Diego Padres. I mean, the cutter is a +2 run value. I mean, he hasn't pitched a lot this year, so the Padres, I hate to say this, but poke, do something. Dylan Carlson. He doesn't control. Just a quote. Okay, so that's like a bit of a nothing burger. Let's see what Ken Rosenthal said. Oh, that's the picture. That's not a video. Okay. I'm going to share this tweet from Ben Verlander. He says 2.9 with a 4.53 ERA, and that's your two top prospects in this market. If you're a team not in contention and you're holding on to starting pitching, what are you doing? I'm going to agree. Because go over here. Where is okay? I'm not trying to screen share audio, so that's okay. Reset that. Back to the spreadsheet. Because do you know why that is? It's not because of this. It's not because of Zach Eflin. It's because of Yusei Kikuchi. If Dana Brown, Astros GM, doesn't desperately trade away two of their top 5 according to Baseball America, then the pitching market is probably already further along than it actually is right now. And I personally really think that this deadline is going to go down to the wire. I've gone back and forth with this deadline like 3 or 4 times during my whole stream, which has been going for about almost 4 hours. Oh my goodness, we still got 2 hours to go. We got the return for... We have the return for JT Chagua. Will Schoenberg. Who are you? Right-handed pitcher, Will Schoenberg. Who are you? Let's see. Let's find out. Hope you're all enjoying the stream. Why am I looking at Fangraphs on Fangraphs? I'm at Will Schoenberg. How do I spell Schoenberg? Schoenberg. Will Schoenberg. Okay, so he's a high A pitcher. 4 starts. Okay. I'm going to share this tab instead. Like, Will Schoenberg, no quick data fan, but these are the numbers. I mean, when was he drafted? Does not say. Did he make their top 34? Interesting. But he is 23 and he's still a ways away. So. Don't know what to say there. It just feels like it's just a lateral move. Who is Cade Morris in the Mets system? So Cade Morris is apparently part of the deal. Okay, so he's their number 25 prospect. He's part of the Blackburn deal. pull up his prospect page over on MLB Pipeline. Here he is. Looks like a starter. Fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. Everything is average. Got up to 94, 91, 94. Sinker, hard slider, cutter, sweeper, curveball runs work in progress. That's amount. Could use some more sharpness and could be a 4 or a 5. I mean, he's pitching pretty well, actually. This can't be everything in the deal. This cannot be the only player going back to the A's. Honestly speaking, I don't think this can be the only. Is this it? Is that the whole return? Just a 1-for-1? If it is, that is a fumble by the A's. I'm gonna stop sharing for a bit. I don't know what they are doing. They make a good move with Urseg, and then they fumble the Blackburn trade. This team is confusing. So, we're mostly caught up so far on any major deals. Oh, goodness. That's it. This is the whole Blackburn trade. Let me screen share over here. This is it. That is worse than the Chris Bassett deal, where they got JT Ginn, who was their number 5 prospect at the time, and then Adam Aller, who I don't remember if he was ranked. But if they wanted to trade Paul Blackburn, the time to do it was last season, not this year. The Oakland A's are a confusing franchise, and I will not understand it. Yeah. I do not know what to say about that, because the Mets, the Mets made a good move. The A's have been very hit or miss today, because I think they got a haul for Lucas Ursek. But at the same time, this trade for what was I gonna say? They only got one player for Blackburn when they could have traded him last year and gotten even more. I know that sounds a little greedy, but if we go back to just let me pull up the Savant numbers before I forget. This is last year. This is this year. Even just looking over here, last year, I know he got injured, so it wasn't the greatest time to trade it for him. But he's coming off this 2020. Oh no, never mind. Let's not show that. That doesn't add up. I get it. You had to move him at some point. If he's not going to be ready, he's not going to be on your team by the time you're ready to contend. But I just feel like the A's could have gotten more. But I guess the market is really softening. But if the market is really softening, if the market is softening, it might be easy for other teams to pick up better players. That is a great thought now that I'm thinking about it. Because I know that inflation is a real thing. I know that deadlines are also a real thing. And when you're working on something, like if you've ever had whenever you've been in school and you've had an assignment and you need to get to a deadline or you need to get to a word count, you know how much you start just adding filler words? Like I could see something conceptually similar happening here. Instead of adding words, you start to just compare offers and look over it again and again and again. I know it sounds insane, but I think prices are going to go down at this point because we're an hour and a half away. Excuse me, I had some water. Okay, I've looked over all the comments today. Would love some more. That'd be nice. Yankees are sending Caleb Ferguson to the Astros for minor leaguer. Where's Caleb Ferguson? Here we are. So minor leaguer Kelly Austin. And $750,000 according to Chandler Rome on The Athletic. Unlike Kelly Austin is a top prospect in the Houston system, so I don't think that is accurate. More than enough whispers going around. I mean, to be fair, right now, if you are... Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. If you're a general manager, you should be one phone here, one phone here. I hate... This is the inner teacher in me doing this, but you have one phone and you're calling, hello, what's going on with this deal? And then you have another phone over here, and there's a GIF that has 3 phones and you're swiping on all of them. That should be every GM right now, because you have an hour and a half left until you can make trades. After that, you can acquire players, but they might not be eligible to help you in the postseason. And you want to get to the postseason, you want to have those players that you acquire help you in the playoffs. I'm going to turn the camera off so it doesn't lag. But to be quite honest, what trade comes next is the big question. I think the next trade that comes is going to be the Rangers. If I had to guess, I'm going to say it's going to be the Rangers. They're going to make a trade. They're going to make a small trade, but they're going to make a trade. And they're going to trade for... I don't know. But I think the next trade is going to be the Rangers. I think if San Diego makes a trade, it's going to be at around 150 Pacific. Still waiting on that Chafin return. Let me check. Let me update my... I might as well update my top 50 predictions. Here we go. If you saw this video, you will know what I was saying. I mean, Tanner Scott is still yet to be traded. Trevor Richards is yet to be traded. Probably not going to be traded. Probably not going to. John Brebbia is yet to be traded. And Pilar. A lot of... Well, I guess the only one of these so far is Andrew Chafin. Anderson, McMillan, Derek Paul DeYoung went to the Royals. Andujar, Josh Bell went to Arizona. Diamondbacks. Taylor Ward, Tyler Anderson, Kenny Mason. First, went to the Royals. I didn't think he was getting traded. Guerrero, Bichette, and Scoop. Honestly, I don't know what to expect anymore. Like this deadline's been whack. It's been weird. Thank you all for sticking around. Like, it means a lot that, you know, of all the options you could have chosen, chose this stream. I will need just a second. Alrighty, everyone, we're back. Just had to get some more water there. Trevor Richards is going to the Twins. And we have, interesting. I will share this media shortly. But Trevor Richards is going to the Twins. Right-handed pitcher, Trevor Richards. Now, Richards isn't making a ton of money, but he also has struggled really mightily over his last few appearances. Toronto to Minnesota. He's making like $2 million, so it makes sense why Minnesota would take him on. We got a passing bomb. Passing bomb. I'm sharing screen because you all need to see this. Present, share screen, passing. Padres are getting Tanner Scott, from the Marlins. Still pending medical review. It's probably going to be for Adam Mazur or Graham Pauley. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing for a bit. Sending a message. Alrighty, had to send that really quick, but Padres are getting Tanner Scott. And we will have a guest in about 20 minutes, folks. Good friend Max from Padres Previews. If you remember, we did a video with him a little while ago. He will be joining us in about 20 minutes. And I was wrong. I thought the Rangers would be making a trade right now. It is actually the Padres. They will be getting Mr. Tanner Scott. Now, what do I think about this? No, I'm not trying to share a video. I'm trying to share my screen. Tanner Scott, there we go. This is what they're getting. They needed a left-handed arm. Like, I'm going to be quite honest. They needed a mighty left-handed arm. Because let me go to roster resource on Fangraphs. How much is Tanner Scott making this season? Spot track. Ken Rosenthal. Just retweeted Jeff Passan. Padres are getting closer. Tanner Scott. Tanner Scott is made. Why did I write Tanner? I want Tanner. 2 N's for Tanner Scott. Phone, be quiet. They're on the verge of getting Tanner Scott. Bob Nightingale says they are on the verge of getting Tanner Scott. Medicals are being reviewed. The deal is pending medicals, per Jeff Passan. Padres might get a starter in the next hour. I would hope that they do. This Scott is making $5.7 million this season. He's going to be a free agent next season. Yep, Padres acquiring Tanner Scott. Ken Rosenthal confirms it. So let's head on over to the spreadsheet. Share this tab instead. Whoops, sharing already. Oh, Tanner Scott Savant. My apologies. Share this tab instead. Tanner Scott. He's going from Miami to San Diego for I don't know what. Notification. We don't know the return yet for Tanner Scott. If I were San Diego, I think Ryan Bergert or Adam Major headlines this package. Because you are not sending away Snelling, you're not sending away Lesko, and you're not sending DeVries. If you send either of those 3 guys away, AJ Preller, I will probably scream into a pillow. I kid. You know what I mean. Sending a message, no return yet. Pending medicals. Let's see. So, if I'm the Padres, I think Adam Major is part of the deal going back to Miami. I think it would be Adam Major and Tirso Ornelas, I think would be the deal. AJ Cassavell just tweeted about the Padres bullpen, what they would look like. This bullpen looks like it is going to be nasty. Let's go to roster resource. Padres. Where are the Padres? They're the Padres. Tanner Scott going to the Padres. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing the top prospects, and I'm going to do this. We back already. Tanner Scott to the Padres. I'm going to be honest. I like it. Because if I go to their go over to their roster resource, I'm going to do the screen share. Oh, I can't do English right now. If we go over here to their roster, they have Adrian Morejon and Yuki Matsui. Do you trust Austin Davis? No. Do you trust Angel De Los Santos? No. Logan Gillespie still has an option. So I think what you do here is I think you send Wandy Peralta back in the deal to make it more of a cash neutral transaction. Let's see, we've got... And, oh, you've got to be kidding me. I'm going to stop sharing because I need to set this up. What in the actual is going on? Share screen. Robbie Snelling is going to Miami in the deal. What is happening? I just said a minute ago. Like, I was like, oh, there's no way that Robbie Snelling is going back. Oh my goodness, what is happening? What is happening? What is the deal? Oh my god. Aaron James Preller, what are you doing? I know that's not your real name, but what are you doing, buddy? Buddy, come on now. You blew your load on Tanner Scott? Sorry, just gotta minimize that. You blew your load on Tanner Scott? You're sending Robbie Snelling and Adam Major and more? What is happening? Adam Major I can understand. But Tanner Scott? For Tanner Scott, who's a free agent after the year. You're giving up more here than you're giving for Jason Adam. This is like I'm not like, I apologize if I sound really reactionary. Like, I mean, that's kind of the thing. Where's the, did I have the prospects list? Okay. Let me stop my thing and share the prospects. Like, you're sending away Robbie Snelling, and quite frankly, has struggled. You're sending away Adam Major, who quite frankly has struggled, and two others. Like, where is your starting pitching depth? I mean, at this point, Snelling is the headliner. Like, oh boy. Give me a second. Let me pull this up. I need to switch what tab I'm sharing. This is the deal. Tanner Scott and Brian Hoeing. Who is Brian Hoeing? Okay, share this test. So you're sending over Snelling, Major, Pauly, and Jay Bashirs. Hoeing cannot be your fifth starter. I'm sorry, but that just cannot be your fifth starter. Like, there's no way that is your fifth starter. Look, I'm really... Okay. Breathe and think. Okay, because looking here, like, Snelling was at least a year away, and he struggled mightily at Double A, right? Like, and even let me see if I can pull a Fangraphs real quick. Fangraphs, because Robbie Snelling, really highly touted, but he has not been good. Like, his FIP is at 5.57, xFIP of 440. Like, he's allowing a ton of home runs at Double A. The walks are still up. The home runs per nine it's an outlier, but that's an insane outlier. But like, the BABIP is also an insane outlier, but he's allowing too many base runners. And then we get to Graham Pauly, who at AAA this year has struggled. And he's not punching out a ton, but he's also walking a ton, but he's not hitting for much power. And oh boy, what? This seems a little messy. Okay, Okay, I'm going to stop sharing real quick because I'm just going to talk. If there's one thing AJ Preller knows how to do, it's he can restock a farm system in 6 months or less. I don't doubt that in the slightest. We saw it after Juan Soto, saw it after literally every other deal that he's made. But this is a massive move. We got a return on Trevor Richards. Fielder J. Henry. Don't know who you are. I'll look you up later. Because right now, we're focusing on the Tanner Scott trade. Tanner Scott to the Padres. It is a massive gamble. And you're also getting right-hander Brian Hoeing. That's his name. Don't make fun of him. You're sending over Robbie Snell. He's the headliner in this deal. Who's your number 2 prospect after you traded Dylan Lesko, who was also a first-rounder in that draft. You're sending over Adam Major. You're sending over who's currently your number 4. You're also sending away infielder Graham Pauley, who's currently your number 5. And the last piece you're sending away is infielder Jay Bashirs, who's currently ranked at 24 in your system. That is a lot for a reliever. I know he's the best reliever on the market, and I feel like there was probably some bidding wars. But at the same time, like, this is a lot that you're sending away, if you ask me. And it looks like we're going to get a guest on here soon. Max of Padres Previews will be joining us shortly. But this is the trade. Like, this is a trade of seismic repercussions. If you're Miami, you have 2 more starters, which means you might trade Sandy Alcantara in the offseason. You're not trading Yuri Perez. But with this return, if you're the Marlins, you probably feel better about trading Trevor Rogers. If you're the Miami Marlins and you traded Trevor Rogers, this actually makes sense now, because you got Robbie Snelling and Adam Major. If you're Miami, I don't hate this deal for you, but at the same time, I don't even know if this is an overpay or if this is market value for a reliever. Simply because that's just how it is. Like, this market is insane, and this bullpen that the Padres have assembled now is like, we're talking Nasty Boys Cincinnati Reds territory of bullpen. Okay, John Heyman tweeted, the Red Sox are interested when Luis Rengifo, but there's a gap. Oh, we got a guest. Hello, good sir. How are we today?
What's up, Diego? How you doing?
I'm good. I've been streaming for 4 hours.
Oh, it's a long one.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad it's finally heated up. The first 2 hours were so... Yeah.
I mean, Tanner Scott, we just saw, right? So you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I was trying not to lose it on stream because, like, it's given up quite a bit. Like, Robbie Snelling, I mean, he struggled really, really badly this year at AA. And then you're giving up Adam Major, who...
I just think he's not ready. I mean, I don't know. I think he could be a good MLB pitcher, but clearly, right now, it's just kind of the result of us being really short on pitching and having to call him up.
I think he got rushed, honestly, because he barely pitched at AAA before they're like, oh yeah, here you go, kid, sink or swim. I thought, me personally, I feel like this is partly the result of a bidding war, if I'm being honest, because when I was looking at the Padres farm, I thought the most likely guys to get traded were Ryan Berger, Austin Krob, and Victor Lizarraga.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, it's because I have the Twitter set up there and on my phone, so everything's going off. Someone just said they don't know if Major has a good enough fastball to be a starter. Snelling don't know what happened to Snelling's command. I don't know, because the 4 guys that got traded, 3 of them have struggled this year. Like, the only one who hasn't struggled is Bashirs, and that's because he was on fire at single A.
I mean, it's hard to determine, right? Like you guys know the ceiling, especially Robbie Snelling, especially last year at 19 years old in Lake Elsinore, 1.57 ERA. And what was good is he was really limiting home runs and walks. That's kind of turned around on its head today, like in Double A. I mean, he's really struggling, and I'm not even going to go as far to say he's being rushed, but he's clearly lacking some sort of adjustment. But that's not to say that he can't be a good MLB pitcher, and especially we've talked about Ruben Niebla. You know, I think Lesko is a better example of somebody who could actually be fixed by another organization, where Snelling, I think, does have that ceiling still. But, you know, it's tough to see him go no matter what, because you know what he can do.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there, because earlier I almost lost my, when I saw that the Marlins traded Trevor Rogers for Connor Norby and Kyle Stowers, which I was like, that's a fleecing. But then because if you look at Rogers' Savant, it is not pretty. It is pretty bad. But then now that I look at this deal, I'm like, okay, it kind of makes a little more sense now if you're the Marlins. Like, I'm not going to lie, I've internally talked my shit about Peter Bendix, and because I don't know what the hell he's doing. But with this move, like,
this is like their best trade they made so far, easily.
Yeah, it feels like they know what they're doing now. And just the more I think about it, it's the thing that I'm confused by is Brian Hoeing. Like, I don't know who this guy is. I just looked him up. I mean, he looks like a starter type, but at the same time, he cannot be your fifth starter. Like,
no, I mean, there are other options, but I mean, if this is the price that we're giving up for relievers, and we know that since the wild card race, especially in the National League, is so close together, you know, the demand that you're going to have to give back to get these players is going to be naturally higher, because everybody's trying to buy in at some point, or at least everybody who's within the race, which is a good amount of teams in the NL. But I mean, I'm really interested in starting pitching. I just think that, you know, it's great. We have a really strong bullpen now, especially now we got two top closers in the game pretty much. We're still going to have Bobby Bullets closing out games, but you know, that is a disgusting 1-2 punch, and we already have a deep bullpen. But you know, we need that starter, because I don't know about Joe Musgrove, and what it looks like is that Yu Darvish is not going to return this season, and you never know. Like, I don't think Randy Vasquez can be consistently getting those starts here.
Yeah, I will say, like, I was just saying this a couple minutes ago, like, with this bullpen now with Suarez, Scott, Adam, Estrada, Morejon, like, it's giving 90s Cincinnati Reds when they had that lockdown bullpen of Norm Charlton, Rob Dibble, and I forget the other guy's name. It was John Franco. But, like, even some of the bullpens that the Padres have had in the past, like, it was giving that kind of energy to me, and I like the idea of a super bullpen. I don't like the idea of burning out a bullpen in the last 2 months of the season. I think they still need a starter. I said this, I was on a couple of live streams, like just watching them last night. I said Ross Stripling could be a guy they could look to add from Oakland. He's not making a ton of money, and like the numbers aren't pretty, but the advanced numbers, like he limits hard contact. So I thought that would be pretty significant. I mean, the relief market is insane. The relief market is insane. Like the Rangers just sent over their number 27 prospect and another player for Andrew Chafin.
Yeah.
So it's just like I'm looking at it because I have everything charted here. Like Lucas Ursay got the Royals number 4, 18, and another guy. So the relief market is the best seller's market for relief pitching in the last 5 years.
I'd agree there. Yeah.
And Flaherty, we don't know where he's going. The White Sox burned their leverage with Crochet. So at this point.
Yeah, I don't think Crochet's getting traded, especially after that conversation. And I already think that Luis Robert wasn't really that highly sought of a trade target, because we heard that basically the White Sox were looking for like a Juan Soto type package back, when Robert A can't stay healthy and B doesn't even care about the game. Like he clearly doesn't really try, and like nobody really wants that on their team. So I mean, of course he's talented, 38 bombs last year. If he stays healthy, he's got the potential to be an MVP caliber player. But yeah, I mean, I just think that the Padres, it's nice to have that bullpen piece. You hate to see us giving up that much, but you can never have too much pitching. We learned that in the 2022 playoffs when the Padres literally ran out of pitching, especially when they had to go to like Sean Manaea and Mike Clevenger and serving up meatballs to like Philly 3, 4, 5 hitters. Okay, that's fine, but we still have to, like, that's great to have a good bullpen, but you need to have at least one more starter. Like, I don't think anybody was asking to get locked down Garrett Crochet in the deadline, but I mean, I've always been saying that I'm super interested in Tyler Anderson, and maybe we can do a package. I think Rengifo still might be injured, but you can maybe do Tyler Anderson plus Taylor Ward, or Tyler Anderson plus Rengifo. But in general, I think the Padres just need one last starter.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that statement. I don't know if they need Rengifo. I thought I put something on screen that's talking about the relief pitching prices have been insane, because like we thought, like when I saw the Carlos Estevez deal, I was like, oh my goodness, that is a lot. And now this for Tanner Scott, who's also a rental, and he's making like the same amount of money as Estevez for the rest of the year. So it's a little crazy to think like this is what I think. It also has to do with everyone is waiting till the last hour. That too, like,
yeah,
you're gonna start to get some desperate GMs. And
I was just so surprised because I knew that the package or like the relief pitching market's super expensive, but when I saw that it's only a rental, like that was like, ooh, I don't know about that, because literally it's half a season.
Yeah, it's a lot to pay for half a season, and like I don't know, they must really value Brian Hoeing to include that much, because I didn't think Tanner Scott was going to cost you 2 arms and 2 legs. Like I thought it was going to be less than what they ended up giving up.
Yeah,
it feels like there's something there that the public doesn't know. Like it feels like there's another layer to this.
I mean, definitely. I mean, another question mark is like people are also scared to give up like for starting pitching, especially like ones that are like electric, like Crochet. Like we know his injury history, and in general with the way the games move, where it's always going to be, you know, when are they getting Tommy John, not if. I mean, I think Crochet's already have it, but I know he's had other injuries related to his arm. I think that's why people are also apprehensive to give a ton on starting pitching specifically, a little bit less on relievers, because they're of course not pitching as many innings, but that's something that people are getting super worried about, because, you know, throwing a baseball is just an unnatural motion.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I was also reading this the other day because I threw this in my video about Dylan Lesko and about the Jason Adam trade that I put up a few days ago. Like Dylan Lesko had Tommy John in high school. The UCL, this right here, doesn't finish developing until you're 25.
Yeah.
So it's really baffling to me as to like I understand the move, like all of this makes the Jason Adam trade look better, like in a way, because I remember, did you see the reactions when Jason Adam got traded? Like it was just
on
like
the Padres side.
God. Yeah, on the Padres side.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, that's an overpay. I kind of thought that too, but like then you think of the way everything's going. But yes, there was definitely, everybody was kind of, but he's got more control, right?
Yeah, he's got 2 more years of team control. So that's why I'm like, either we had to fight off like, I don't know, the Dodgers or somebody else within a really good farm system, or there's something else here. Because like I personally don't quite understand. Like I'm looking at Brian Hoeing's Savant right now. It, no matter what year you look at, it's not good. But he is under longer team control. Like, hold on. Okay. But the issue I have with Tanner Scott, the more I look at all of this, is just like, we're giving up this much for, like, I get it, he's an elite closer. But if you take a closer and you throw him in the 8th inning, is he going to be just as good? Because there are some pitchers who don't make that transition as easy as others.
I mean, no, I agree. I agree for sure. Because, you know, it's hard to stretch out arms, especially like I know people were concerned a little bit about Michael King, like because you kind of hit that innings limit. I mean, thank goodness, at least so far, knock on wood. It looks like he's starting to get even further into it. But, you know, last year, he still didn't start as many games because it was his first actual year of being converted to the starter. But now in his second year, he's able to get stretched out more. But, you know, it's always a big question mark for teams. That's why they take those physicals so seriously. They want to see the lining of the UCL, see how thick it is, and see how they think that, you know, it'll kind of turn out long term.
Yeah, and this this is kind of like related to the whole thing about medicals, but I'm gonna go back to the trade with Luis Ariz. Remember, Dylan Head was in that trade, and then like 2 weeks after the deal, he gets season-ending hip surgery.
Yeah.
So I know the medicals aren't really like, I know they're important in all of this, but I think the Marlins, they got a good return for what they're selling, but at the end of the day, they're just going to trade these guys in 3 years. It's like, because it's Peter Bendix. He was in the Rays front office. He's going to try to do what the Rays did, but there's a saying out there that I heard somewhere that if you try to imitate a team, you will usually end up with worse versions of it. There's been that, I've heard that saying before, because it's been done in the NHL and in the NFL several times over, but it doesn't work out. Like, I don't know if the Marlins, like, I know they're getting great pieces, and I know their pitching development is good, but their hitting development is god awful. Like, they can develop pitchers who they inevitably trade for hitters, but can they develop the hitters that they get from trading the pitchers?
No, I agree.
I'm trying to see what other. Did you see the Yusei Kikuchi trade last night?
Oh, that was a huge package back, right?
That was.
Wait, what was it again?
It was. Let me pull it up, because I actually have a whole spreadsheet with all of this. Let me just share this real quick. Share screen. There we go. It's right here. It's Jake Bloss, Joey Loperfido, and Will Wagner. They sent 2 of their top 5 in a farm system that was ranked like 25th.
Wow. What did you think of that Montas trade? I thought that it was a pretty good deal back, or at least going back to the Reds.
I mean, personally, I was surprised they got something for Frankie Montas, honestly, because that contract is underwater. It is $16 million.
Yeah.
So
there's another mutual option for 25 though.
There's I didn't even read that because I was just so busy on the upfront AAV.
Yeah, but if he doesn't pitch well, I mean, he's got a 5 ERA right now. Of course, they're just not gonna accept it. At least the team will. I mean, I know he would try, but
the FIP is 491.
Geez.
So he is pitching as badly as he is pitching. Like, there's not really a silver lining to it. I know Milwaukee has like that magic in their like pitching R&D department, but at the same time, I like it more for Cincinnati. Even though Joey Wiemer has like a ton of swing and miss in his game, I still think that like Cincinnati could trade Jake Junis today.
Yeah,
they could trade him, retain half of his salary, and get back someone's prospect in the 20 to 30s, but you're still strengthening your farm by trading a guy you're not really going to use. If I'm being honest, like for me, the worst trade of yesterday, other than this, was Lane Thomas to Cleveland.
Yeah, I didn't look into that one too much. I know Lane Thomas is a dog against lefties, but I've always thought he was a good player.
Like he is great against lefties, but he is average to below average against righties.
Look at his splits right now. Let me see.
That's pretty significant.
Oh my goodness! All right, 663 OPS against righties, 922 against lefties, 326 average against lefties, 224 against righties. Oh yeah,
it's bad. It is bad.
Does he play good defense? Like I'd assume not, because his WAR is only 0.8.
Here's the thing with his defense. If he's charging in towards the ball, he's good. He cannot track a fly ball going backwards.
Oh yeah, we saw that with Jerkson Profar.
Yeah,
that's the walk off.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I thought that was like a routine fly ball. I know you had the range in the gap pretty far, but he took an awful route to that.
He had the speed for it, no doubt. But
yeah, he didn't get it around it. He was like going in, and he's like, "Oh shoot!" And then he had to like go back, and that was when it was over.
If I was Cleveland, like if I was their front office, Lane Thomas would not have been the outfield bat I'd go for, because like if I was Cleveland, I would swing big and get Dalton Varsho from Toronto, like because you have
Toronto's slowly selling at this point, correct?
They're taking advantage of the seller's market.
Are they gonna? Do you think they're gonna trade Vladdy?
No.
They would have done it by now, right?
What? They would have done it by now. That, or it's gonna be a deadline deal, like right at the buzzer. Let me see if there's anything new. No, not explore page. This.
I mean, I'm just so big on it. What about Cal Quantrill?
I want him. I want him in San Diego.
I think that's a good one. And
then Lizarraga to Colorado for Quantrill. 1-for-1. Do that deal. That's what I would do.
Would the Rockies trade Brenton Doyle?
No.
Theoretically, no.
I don't see it happening. He's too valuable to that team.
I just don't see them being good again. Like they're not run well at all, anyways.
They really are.
Of course, they're going to be good eventually, but not right now, and not anytime soon.
No, yeah, they will be good because I mean they've drafted well in terms of outfielders, but they need to actually understand how pitchers can succeed in their ballpark before they're ever good again.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And they need to stop botching trade deadlines, because remember when they almost traded Trevor Story, but then they didn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that because they were playing the Padres that week.
That was 21, right?
Yeah, I was there. I was at the game before the deadline that season, and I was like, why did they not trade Trevor Story? Oh, we were fighting off the Dodgers for Tanner Scott.
Yeah.
According to John Heyman, we were fighting them off. And it looks like the Red Sox might be making a big trade because they just scratched one of their top prospects.
All right. Well, do you see the Padres getting a starting pitcher like at the buzzer? Or
I think it'll be a buzzer beater, but it'll be a back end starter.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm trying to think who I could see them getting.
Who's some of the starters on the market now that would like suffice and at least be more usable than Randy Vasquez on a consistent basis?
Let's see here. Cal Quantrill. Let's see. Yanni Chirino's just got DFA'd, so I don't think it's him. Who was I thinking?
Cal Quantrill's had a good season. A 4.09 ERA at Coors Field. I mean, a 1.11 ERA plus. The FIP is not
better on the road.
4.7 FIP is not good though.
Look at his road stats.
Yeah, let's take a look. Splits. Just this season. Home, away. Honestly, they're not that pronounced. Oh my goodness, he has better numbers at home this year.
I mean, it's probably in more innings.
No, 57 innings home, 57 and a third away.
Oh.
3.95 ERA home, 4.24 away. I will say, no, it's okay. At this point, it's like basically the same. The batting averages, the OPSs, they're like kind of mirror images. I mean, but still, a 4 ERA as a 5-starter is completely doable.
That is true. Like, there's a few other names I'm trying to look at.
Because I know Randy Vasquez here and there, like whatever, he's got like that 1-point-something ERA over the last couple starts, but like we all know that like that's not gonna last. Like
that was before he got lit up for 6 against Baltimore this weekend.
Fact is, he has like three pitches as a starting pitcher. That's why Chris Paddock didn't work out. You can't have that little pitches as a starting pitcher unless your fastball moves 100,000 inches. So it just doesn't work out.
No, 100%. Like, if I'm being like, the thing with Paddock is I always wanted him to add like a cutter or something that moved east-west. But then Larry Rothschild came in and absolutely tanked his development. Like, I still blame Larry Rothschild for Chris Paddock not working out. Because as soon as Larry Rothschild came in, his changeup got worse. Yeah. And that was like his best pitch.
What was his mix? Like fastball, curveball, changeup?
Yeah, it was everything north-south.
Do that as a starter.
He was adding a cutter at the end of 22, but then he came down with injury. I know the Twins are trying to shed salary because they want to make an upgrade, but there's nobody on
should totally be buying though. I mean, I know they are, but like they're a good team.
They're buying, but they're buying cheap. It's like they're not going to what's the analogy I'm trying to make here? They're not going to I just had the analogy in my brain. What was it? It's like they're going to they go to a restaurant, but they never mind. You know what? Screw the analogy. I can't think of it. But they're trying to, because they're working with budgetary constraints. Blame cheap ownership for that one. Let's see. Feinsand just tweeted something about Vladdy. They have no plans to move Vladdy or any big name players not signed through the season, so they're just purging their free agents in Toronto. Which is a shame because they don't have a free agent starter.
Wait, what about Bichette? You think they might move Bichette?
No, if they were going to move him, they would have already done it.
And you saw that tweet, right? It doesn't look like Snell's going to go.
Yeah, which I think is this how does Farhan Zaidi still have a
Giants
job?
are not good.
I think it is a terrible decision. You see the seller's market. I'm going to go back to Yusei Kikuchi because this is what you get for a rental starter. Snell in the second half is better than Kikuchi. Just eat some of the money and send him off.
You have to, yeah.
They literally dumped Jorge Soler's entire contract on Atlanta because they were too cheap to retain salary and got almost nothing back for him. What are we doing? And the Dodgers are still engaged on Crochet and Flaherty.
Why aren't the Padres in on Flaherty? Well, seeing what we paid, I'm sure it's insanely expensive.
For Flaherty, let me pull up the Dodgers.
He's got the high. He's like a budget Blake Snell at this point because he's still got the high strikeouts and, you know.
Yeah. Like, if we look at the Dodger farm system, like, if they want Crochet, I know for a fact that the White Sox are going to want either Dalton Rushing or Nick Frasso. Either one of these two guys, because they're almost big league ready. Like, they could, like, and the thing is, the White Sox have no leverage after how badly they mangled the trade of Eric Fetty. Like, did you see that deal yesterday?
No. Oh, yeah, the 3-team trade?
Yeah.
With Tommy Edman and
the one that was getting memed to hell. Yeah.
Dude, I'm sad. I'm good friends with Tommy Edman because his dad was my high school coach, and now he's.
Oh, yo, that's crazy.
Yeah. Now he's a Dodger. Come on, man.
Oh man. Hey, free tickets.
I mean, I think Edman. I mean, he's a good player, but yeah, Eric Fetty. That's like a good starter to trade for, and I think that was a good move on the Dodgers' part. I thought the Cardinals got like nothing though, right?
No, the Cardinals got Eric Fetty and Tommy Pham.
Who's more trivia. He's actually my neighbor and he's my dad's friend. Like just weird.
What?
Things. Yeah. It's funny.
Oh my!
Basically,
you picked the good stream to join.
They go to like my dad goes to this like physical therapy kind of place, and he met Tommy Pham there because when Pham was a Padre.
Oh, wow! That was you picked a great stream for that.
Yeah, but
I don't know why, but like the White Sox have no leverage in any negotiation because they screwed themselves in that deal. If you trade Eric Fetty separately, you probably get more than you do in that deal. Like, because the guys they got from the Dodgers are like at least 3-4 years away. So
yeah, I mean,
although I just saw in the writer chat that Nick made a good point. He was saying that do you remember when people were scared? Hold on, let me turn my camera off. Do you remember when people were scared of trading guys like Carlos Asuaje and Corey Spangenberg?
Goodness.
Yeah. I know hindsight makes that look hilarious, right? Like you think like, hey, there's no way that people were scared of trading these guys. Oh, we got a comment in the chat. They're saying we need Anderson. Who would we give up? I made a video about this. I said Berger, Castagnon, and another piece.
Well, now based on, do you think that would still hold on how expensive the market is?
No, at this point, I feel like it would have to be Berger, Krob, Castagnon, and more, unless the Angels don't retain any salary. Simply because...
And we traded Paulie to the Marlins, right, just now?
Yeah, we just traded him. Go back to our farm. Our soon-to-be depleted farm. For those who follow the Down on the Farm series over on EastVillageTimes.com, a lot of your favorite characters will not be back after tomorrow's episode. Sorry to say. I'm kidding.
I know James is just tragic in pain about Homer Bush.
No, I totally get that one. Like I thought he was like, that was a tough one.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, like the toughest part of that trade was Bush. It wasn't Gonzalez and it wasn't Lesko because there was a clip earlier from, I think it was on 97.3 The Fan. I think because they have Kyle Glazer on, who's been on the EVT podcast, and they were talking about how the Padres as an organization were worried that Lesko's control hadn't come back. Like,
yeah,
like he's still on there.
How is Burrito doing in a AAA right now?
Oh, I'm glad you asked because it gives me a chance to make a joke I've been making for a couple days and no one's laughed at it. So Burrito, he dominated in his last start. Like he threw 5 shutty against the Dodgers affiliate. However, he hasn't pitched since then. He hasn't bounced back because he did what I do at the buffet. Too many sliders.
Huh. But he's okay though. Like his arm
didn't bounce back as quick as they thought, but I think they're just giving him time off. Like they don't want to like rush him. That, and they just had the All-Star break too. So I don't know, because he's not scheduled to pitch tonight. I don't know if he's going to pitch tomorrow. Let me see.
What's the word on Musgrove though? Like realistically, is he actually returning or no?
He's starting a rehab assignment later this week.
I mean, but, dude, it's been clear. Even like what did he come off the IL twice this year or just once?
I believe it was just the one time.
Yeah, he came off in like late May or early June. Like clearly he still wasn't like ready then. And even going back to spring training, I mean, it's been pretty obvious that something's wrong because like he's a good pitcher, you know.
Yeah.
He's just not looked good at all this season.
That is true. Red Sox are looking to add a lefty. I told them to get Andrew Chafin. They didn't listen to me. They probably could have gotten him. They might go get Justin Wilson from Cincinnati, though. He's been pretty good. I found this. I'm going to mute the music real quick because I found this clip I want to try to play on the live. It was from 97.3 The Fan. Present screen. 97.3 The Fan. It's Kyle Glazer talking about Dylan Lesko.
There was a sense that, okay, we know what's wrong. We can fix it. There can be an adjustment. There was a lot of concern throughout the organization about Dylan Lesko, not just that his command hasn't been good, but it's getting worse. It's not getting better. And some of the issues that were physical have turned into mental.
Interesting.
And the market also.
You can hear it, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, high for relievers. And yeah,
there's a lot of factors. So while it was a rich price to pay, when you understand all the factors at play, broader market forces as well have the reasoning for it, and it's logical. Right. That's what this hinges on.
That part was what I wanted to highlight simply because that was my concern. Like, having done farm for East Village Times, like just seeing how Lesko hasn't been what we thought he would be out of the draft. Like there was always that concern with him. So
yeah, I mean, but last year, I get it was single A, but still, it was his first year out. He was 19 years old last year, and he was doing very well. But I mean, clearly, this entire season has not gone his way in any way.
Oh yeah, like it's not been a good year for him. Like he's walked almost as many batters as he punched out. The command isn't there. Like he'll have some games where he racks up a ton of strikeouts, but he's running out of gas in the 5th inning. Yeah. And I think that's why, I understand that there's some people who say there's no such thing as a pitching prospect, and I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's it all hinges on development. Like, if a guy can be developed, you'll understand the risk that a team took with him, but at the same time, some guys are just more risk than it's worth at times for some organizations.
Yeah.
And Brian De La Cruz is going to the Pirates. So they actually made a move.
I feel like if they wanted to buy, though, they would have bought harder because they still have a lot of holes.
The Pirates?
Yeah.
Well, their owner is coming out and crying that he doesn't have any money.
Oh, well.
I mean, I
know they're going to try to extend Skeens, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like he's going to want to, after a couple of years, he's going to want at least some sort of short-term money, but I'm sure he wants out of there eventually.
Well, 100%. That's just, he's going to want to get paid. After all, who doesn't want to get paid in what they do? That's just reality.
What was that Reynolds contract that 106, 175?
7106 or 7105 or something like that.
Yeah.
But as of right now, you asked me about Johnny Brito. He's not scheduled to pitch today. He's not scheduled to pitch tomorrow either. But then again, El Paso is not good at being transparent with who is pitching for them. They'll more often than not, they don't announce it until day before.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at this and I'm just thinking, because this market is really just insane for sellers. It makes me kind of wish the Padres had some pieces they could sell.
No, I agree.
They would be able to recoup some value. I know people were like, do you trade Solano? And I don't think so. I think right now the Yankees are trying to get Jack Flaherty. And if they do that, they're going to trade Nestor Cortez.
I know they said they would, but I thought the Yankees rotate. I mean, is Nestor having a bad year? I don't even know. He's not great, 4.13 ERA, but
You take that out of a 5 any day of the week.
yeah.
Like I
mean,
said
they do have
this.
a good rotation still. Bottom line.
Yeah. Like I was watching a live stream by another Padres page. They're called Friar Talk. I was watching the stream and I commented like Nestor for Eggy Rosario. Who says no?
I mean, Eggy Rosario, he's just a classic example of a bench bat who can hit lefties really well.
Yeah, like the splits, like the OPS plus split. I saw it earlier this season. It's hilarious. It's like 288 against lefties and 3 against righties.
Yeah.
So he's like almost 100% worse than the league average against a righty. But against the lefty, he's Babe Ruth against lefties.
Yeah.
And honestly, like when I do like trade stuff, what? Okay, so the Pirates are trading away a good amount for Brian De La Cruz because they
Really,
just
is he worth that much? How much? What's his year been like?
it's pretty average. It's what's the word I'm looking for?
Hitter.
Yeah, they're sending their number
Looks like a
17
defense.
prospect, and it's a name I can't pronounce. Right-hander Jin Suk Shim, I think that's how it's pronounced. I apologize to the audience if I butchered that. He's a number 17 according to Pipeline. He's a pitcher. He's a rookie ball, so he's a while away. So it's probably going to be 2 lower end prospects. Also, why is the position player market like such a steal when the Padres don't need position players?
I mean, the only question is Tatis truly healthy and is he coming back? I don't know.
I don't remember when the last update about Tatis was.
I mean, at first I was apprehensive because I've had his injury, not in the same location. And plus, we know that it was very icky because they initially took that screening early in the season after Korea, and they were stupid. They didn't get the MRI. And once they took the MRI recently after playing an entire year, he's like, oh, shoot, he's got a stress reaction, which is literally just a bunch of fractures on the bone. And it's obviously takes forever to heal. But, I mean, there was a good update because at first when they said, like, by September, I was like, oh, I thought it was going to be, like, a little bit after the deadline. It was kind of reminding me of that 2022 injury with the wrist thing before the whole getting popped for PEDs. But, I mean, right now, we cannot have Bryce Johnson consistently starting in the outfield.
Agreed.
Like, I would love to just grab, like anybody. Like, I like Solano, but he doesn't play outfield, obviously. Like
Kevin Pillar.
Maybe. Like, I mean, that's why I was like, I would like to package deal with Taylor Ward and Tyler Anderson, but considering the market, that would be so much.
Yeah, they're going to want a lot for not just for Anderson, but also because Taylor Ward has 2 more years of team control.
Yeah.
And I know like Ward is a pretty good hitter and he's versatile. He can play like first and the outfield. But the thing there is the Angels are probably, I don't know how much they're going to sell.
Well, they should sell a lot, but yeah, I agree. I don't know.
They should. Right. Someone's saying, can we DFA Wandy and Eniel De Los Santos and be done with it?
How is Eniel De Los Santos still in this team?
You know, I talked about that in the Jason Adam video. I was like, yeah, he's like, sure, he threw 2 scoreless, but he's allowed like 20 home runs in the season or some.
Oh, it's actually
number
insane. It's like actually like impressively bad.
That is, to me, that is the funniest phrase that anyone could say about a performance. Impressively bad. It's like,
I mean, a 2.5 home runs per 9. That's crazy.
The FIP is like 5.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Nick is making a good point in the chat because people are talking about like how when we traded Patino in the deal for Snell, when Patino didn't pan out. Like,
we still have Patino now, right? But he's got TJ, right?
Yeah, but he's back in our organization after flaming out in Tampa Bay.
Does he have any value?
No. We got him on waivers.
I know. He's only 24 though.
Yeah, but he's got the TJ.
Dude, did you see that Brent Honeywell is like insane on the Dodgers?
Well, I did see that it's in a small sample size because they're just like, oh yeah, you know that pitch that you have that's really good? Throw it more.
Screwball?
Yeah. Like, I hate when it's a tiny adjustment like that. Like they're like, oh yeah, you know that pitch?
It is 9 2/3, but like that's pretty
What's
good.
What's the FIP?
1.71.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's pretty good. What was I gonna say? Just the pitching market is insane if you're trying to buy.
Yeah.
It makes me feel bad for the position players because the return for them isn't as high. And it's always this team always needs pitching. Oh, there's another Nick is saying Anderson Espinosa, Hudson Potts, Michel Baez, Francisco Mejia. Did they pan out? No. But they all have their reasons that it didn't work. And I think the issue with because De Los Santos, you can easily DFA. Like, that's not even that hard. Like, just DFA and he's off the roster because he's a free agent after the year. But they gave Wandy that player option, which I thought that part of the deal was terrible at the time. Like, because it's 3 consecutive player options.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that Anderson hasn't been dealt anywhere yet.
I
Him
think
and
the Angels,
Castro, like, what are the Rockies doing? Like, seriously.
drinking.
Yeah, like, unbelievable. Like, you guys actually suck. Like, you have to get rid of these guys. Of course, don't trade the guys that you think you're going to build your franchise around, whatever. Like, guys that would add value to other teams that you know the market right now. Like, how are you not trading them?
Yeah, like, the market this is the perfect market if you want to sell. Like, but the Angels, I don't know how much they are willing to sell because their owner doesn't like to, what's the word I'm looking for? He doesn't like to wave the white flag, even though he did by throwing literally everyone on waivers last season because he was trying to stay under the luxury tax.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the Angels, like, they should trade. They should make deals. They already traded Estevez. Is that the only guy that they've traded?
I think it might be.
That's bad. Like, they have Luis Garcia, who, I'm not high on. You remember Luis Garcia, I'm
Of
sure.
course, Padres legend.
That guy. So he is not particularly he's having a similar season that he's had like every year for the last 3 years. So he could be a valuable piece to a team. Like, this is the year, if the Angels want to trade Luis Rengifo, this is the year to do it.
No, I agree with you. I definitely do.
Like, Tyler Anderson, his value is not getting higher. Because they think he can sustain what he's done for the rest of the year?
But the thing is, they don't have to. I mean, of course, he's pitched he's been unbelievable. He's got a sub-3 ERA, and if your team trades for him, great if he keeps that. But nobody expects that. But you're not expecting him to balloon to a 12 ERA in the second half. Like, you're expecting him to at least eat innings and be a solid back-end starter. And then the plus is then he keeps playing well. Fine, So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Savant page for Anderson right there on screen. Like, it's not bad. Like, there's some bad parts to it, but there's also some parts that aren't. I mean, the whip is like back to his like career average. Like, he's never gonna the season with the Dodgers. Like, that was like a career best year for him. Like, he's not gonna.
The Dodgers, they become insane. So
yeah, and then they get paid. Like, he's not gonna be the guy he was with the Dodgers. He's gonna be more like his rookie season with Colorado, or like he's gonna be like a middle of the rotation guy. Like, even the FIP doesn't agree here. Like, the FIP is like a run higher, and like, I'm not like, I think that I just personally, this is just me, but I just want him to get traded because I do not want to keep hearing the rumors. Like, I've done 2 videos about this guy. I'm just kind of just tired of it. Like, this is the highest his value will get.
No, I
and
agree.
If you saw the offseason pitching market, like how much guys are going for, like it's more plausible. Like, you feel better making an addition of this like AAV. And if you're the Angels and you just eat like half the contract, you get better prospects. I'm looking at it very oversimplified, but that's just how I feel about it. Like, now is the best chance they have. Maybe the off season.
Yeah.
But because there's a lot of teams that need pitching. Like, whoever's in on Flaherty and like the Braves. Like, if we go to the Braves, where are the Braves? Because they just took on money with what's his name? With Soler.
Yeah, Soler.
So do they really trust Charlie Morton and Reynaldo Lopez? Like, I get Reynaldo Lopez has been good, but he just came down with like an injury.
Yeah, what's his Savant page look like too?
For who?
Reynaldo Lopez.
Oh yeah, let me pull it up. I think it's pretty. I'm pretty sure it's good. It's not as good as I thought it was. Let me see. Here we go.
Like, is it showing that eventually he's going to start ballooning?
You tell me.
Well, it doesn't look great on the pit on a lot of the bottom stats. Like the strikeout percentage is already gonna be low. Yeah, a lot of blue there. So I think he's had a good year. And
Look at the expected ERA
for sure. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
That, and they're not really letting him see lineups a third time.
Yeah, I mean, because he's only going like so many innings, but
And the Pirates are getting Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
he's had a good year though.
He has, but he has another year on that contract. So I think the Blue Jays probably said, "Oh yeah, we're not trading anyone after this year to kind of just give them time to make a deal." Blue Jays are capping
Blue Jays
out
make
there.
the playoffs this year, or not at this point now?
Oh no, they're not doing that.
Yeah, they're 8 games back. No way.
Like their pitching has not been good. Like their hitting has been terrible this year.
Bosman's been terrible this year.
Oh, he struggled.
Besides
Really
that
did.
complete game he just threw.
That was good. That was pretty good. But still, like, okay, so the Blue Jays are getting. Okay, so the Blue Jays, we don't know what they're getting yet, but I'm surprised Pittsburgh is adding, because like, I will say I think it's their new GM. I think it's partly because of him. Because hold on, I'm gonna stop sharing for a sec because I need to pull something up. How do I spell his name? Okay, that's his name. Ben Charrington. Where's the picture? I'm looking. Okay, there we go. And I need to do a side by side. Okay. This isn't really a serious question, but this is something I was thinking about over the last couple of days, and I would like a answer. Present. Okay, share screen. Okay, so this is the Pirates GM, Ben Charrington. That's him. The question is, does he or does he not look like Matt Damon?
All right, wait, go back one more time.
Yeah.
Similar, but it looks like he's an older brother.
Yeah, a little. It's like similar, but not quite the same kind of thing.
It's like he looks like an older brother or something.
Yeah, I think it's also the angle is different, but I thought about this recently. I was like, okay, that's interesting. As you can tell, I'm kind of grasping at straws here while we wait for trades because AJ, I don't know what he's doing. He better not be playing basketball in Encinitas.
Yeah, and there's no way Scooble gets traded, right? Because they're going to ask for too much.
Oh hell no, they're not. If Scooble was to be traded, he would have been traded this morning.
Yeah.
And they would have done Salas or DeVries. This move of Tanner Scott feels like you're trying to trade anyone who isn't Salas or DeVries. Because
Fair.
if Preller had the okay to trade them, he would have already gotten Scooble. Or he would have already gotten, I don't know, Crochet.
I don't think it's like we can get Quantrill without giving up Salas or DeVries, correct?
Oh, easily.
What
Like
are
I
we
was
doing?
thinking. Colorado's front office is not good. That and also the trades have to go through the league as well and get approved and everything. So for all we know, it's possible that Preller's doing that right now, but it hasn't really, what's the word I'm looking for?
It come out at all in like the media?
Yeah, it hasn't been released yet. So yeah, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa's going to Pittsburgh. I'm trying to think. In your opinion, like what's been another sneaky good trade this deadline? Because there's been a lot. Like I can share the spreadsheet again if you want.
Yeah, let me see spreadsheet. I have a couple in mind, but I just want to see all of them. Couple in mind.
Let me know when you want me to scroll down.
Okay, I want to say this. I really liked the first place teams trading because you don't usually see that with the Phillies and the
that
Orioles.
deal. Yeah.
I thought that was a solid deal. I mean, it just showed like Sir Anthony Dominguez, though. I thought that was a lot, but I mean, that was really good for them, or at least for a Philly to get. Or, I mean, yeah, you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
for Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In general, though, I mean, yeah, you can scroll down a little bit more. I didn't like the Randy Arozarena trade. I just thought that was another Julio Rodriguez potential problem where, he could be good, but they can't hit pitches down the middle. And, it doesn't look like – I mean, I could be wrong, but I didn't think that was great. The biggest trade for me that made no sense was the Isaac Paredes for Crystal Morales.
Oh God, don't get me started
What?
with Isaac.
Why are the Cubs sort of buying, but sort of not? They should just not be buying at all.
You know who orchestrated that deal?
Who?
Former Padre GM Jed Hoyer.
Really?
Yeah. And the thing is, they said, oh yeah, we're looking towards 2025. Christopher Morel was still under team control for 2025.
He's also a lot older than people think he is. He's like 26 or something.
Yeah, James was saying that. He was like, oh yeah, I didn't realize how old he was. I'm like, yeah, he's pretty old for the way they talk about him. Oh. Okay, so it's not a terrible return for Falefa. They're sending over a AA outfielder who's actually hit pretty well this season. Trying to think, because the more I look at it, for me, my favorite deal, my best under the radar deal was this one right here, Quinn Priester for Nick York.
Yeah, no, I thought that was good. I know Priester. I think Priester has a lot of high sides. I know he's had a bad career, but in consistent innings, I think he could turn it around.
He's also going to a good place for a sinker baller like him, which is why I'm low key glad that the Giants didn't bring back pitching coach Andrew Bailey, because their pitching hasn't been as good. Even though we faced them less times, makes it easier on San Diego. And I think that Nick York going back to Pittsburgh is actually a pretty good idea, because York, he's Rule 5 eligible at the end of the season, and Pittsburgh just makes sense. They're always looking for an infielder because they don't know if Nick Gonzalez is that guy yet. And then just gonna scroll down a little bit, the 3-team trade that breaks my spreadsheet, but I would do this in Google Sheets, but it hurts my eyes. So I just do it this way. And then Lane Thomas. I feel like yesterday was all the overpays. The Yusei Kikuchi deal was terrible.
Yeah. What do you think about the Mark Leiter Jr. one?
I'm very indifferent towards it. I understand. I'm going to be honest. The Cubs kind of feel like the Yankees farm team for relievers, because they got Scott Efros for another prospect a couple years ago. And I did some research on Ben Cowles because I had him in a trade video for the Yankees recently. And I mean, he's a gap to gap kind of guy. He's not his power is to the pull side, but he's not afraid to send it the other way. But the reports are that he's just one of many infield prospects that are at AA or higher for the Yankees. So he kind of felt replaceable a little bit. There was a tweet earlier that said that they're oh yeah, the Yankees aren't going to miss those guys. I'm that's a little harsh, but at the same time, it makes sense considering where their farm system is at.
Yeah, no, I think, I agree with you at the end of the day. The farm systems, the fact is that they're just at different places, and that's why it's kind of the judgment move.
Yeah. What do you think about the Soler trade? Because that came out of absolutely nowhere.
2021, man. Didn't the Giants pay a lot of that?
No, Atlanta actually took on the whole contract.
Okay, well, so that was pretty good for the Giants then, because
they cleared up money.
Yeah, I thought the Giants' moves in the offseason weren't impressive at all. People were saying the Padres were a 4th place team. I was like, BS.
Really?
The Giants,
yeah.
It's not Matt Chapman is not very good. Jorge Soler, he can be good. He's had those crazy years, but he's never been one of those guys to do it every year in, year out.
He's inconsistent. When I look at the Giants offseason moves, I was like, this team is desperate and has no vision, because you signed Matt Chapman. Yes, you had a hole at third base, and you bring in Nick Ahmed as a non-roster invitee for shortstop. It's like they hate their top prospect in Marco Luciano, because they have not yet given him a consistent shot to win the shortstop job. And then you bring in Soler. I get it, you have no power, but you're also going to a park that is literally one of the worst parks for hitting home runs. If you ask me, this is not the best moves. And then Blake Snell for that much money, don't get me wrong, he's worth the money, but that late in the offseason messed him up.
Well, yeah. I think that's just Boris trying to put his foot down too much, because Snell said it himself. Boris kind of screwed up his clients over. Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell are mirror images of each other. It's just the fact of the matter is Blake Snell, for one, has always struggled in the first half. Even last year when he won the Cy Young with us,
he had like a 5.5 ERA entering June, and then like he didn't give up a run the entire rest of the season. But the thing is, these guys need to prepare, and like that's why they're getting messed up.
Yeah, that's Jordan Montgomery this year, by the way.
Horrible.
Yeah, and this is last year.
And when is Eduardo Rodriguez going to pitch for the Diamondbacks?
He's coming back in August or September because he has a lat strain.
I think the Diamondbacks could be a sneaky team because I think, like, dude, they need Merrill Kelly back so bad, and that was Merrill Kelly carried them last year.
No, for sure. Like, he was a big reason why they got to the World Series. But at the same time, I think they're banking too much on players returning from injury. They went out and got AJ Puck, which makes sense because their lefties have been terrible this season. Like, Joe Mantiply is the only good one, and he's been literally league average. So, but at the same time, like, Arizona is not a complete team. At this point, the only complete team in the league is Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Like, not even the Yankees are a complete team because for everything that they hype about their offense, they were giving playing time to guys like Jahmai Jones. Like, who is that? Like, you could have told me the name and I would have been like, nah, you made that up. Like, and some of their guys just haven't panned out. Like, we're still waiting on Flaherty and we have 24 minutes till the deadline. I mean, I'm going until like 3:15 simply because some trades like kind of just percolate in afterwards. But at the same time, like, the only news that we're getting is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
I mean, we're kind of close. Like, even for other teams, like I know other teams need starting pitching too. Like, there's still a couple guys that would definitely help out.
Oh yeah, this might be a buzzer beater of a deadline again because, like, if they're like my usual thought process with the trade deadline is that if a big trade does not go down morning of, it is not happening. We saw this with Clevenger. That was like 6 a.m. We saw this with Juan Soto. It was announced at like 4 a.m. that they were like getting really close to a deal. The only reason it didn't get done earlier is because AJ Preller fell asleep. Real story. And then, like, I'm trying to think of what other blockbusters have been done. Like the Trey Turner Max Scherzer deal a few years ago. That was literally day before the deadline. So it's really like brings up the question of if a big move would have happened, it would have happened by now.
No, I agree. Like, I don't know. I just think like the Padres, I would just really want one more starting pitcher.
Yeah, because right now we don't know what's going on with Brito. And like the only guy, like, I don't even want to rush any of the current guys that they have. Because, like, who is big league ready? Like, where did I put the top 30? Here it is. Let me share it again.
And we also have like one with Major Gunn. I know he sucked, but like for actually like filling up, we actually don't even have 5 healthy starters right now. Cease, King, Waldron, and Vasquez. That's 4.
James is saying to remember Roki Sasaki.
Yeah, but he's had arm problems this year.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know if you want to put all your eggs in that basket. Like, looking at the farm right here, like, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Like, Snelling is gone. Major is gone. Like, your next best pitching prospects are these 3 right here. And neither one of them is big league ready. So it's at this point, it's like a little confusing. Oh, yeah, he did have arm problems. I remember that.
Yeah.
Like, he got scratched from several starts or something.
I mean, no, I agree. Like, there's like nothing going on. Like, I don't even hear any rumors about anything else.
Hold on, I need to share this because this is actually pretty funny. This is so true. It's funny because it is so true. Like, just
Yeah.
like, and then someone else. Hold on, I'm gonna stop sharing for a sec so I can find this. Where it's right here. Oh, here it is. These are funny because they're true. Like, Padres draft for ceiling because they don't plan on any of these guys making the bigs with them.
I mean, that's just the way it's turned out. Like, who's the last? Like, Lily Merrill.
Like at least pitching prospects, we traded like all our top pitching prospects that we drafted in the first round in the last couple of years, right?
Yeah, I actually tweeted about this a couple of days ago when I was thinking about it. I was like, who was the last like starter to like the last first round pick to make it to the majors with San Diego, and it's literally Jackson Merrill. Like every other guy that they've taken in the first round, where did
Who
this
was it
go?
before
Here it
him?
is. Before him?
Yeah.
Well, let me actually go back to their first round picks, because of the last 7 years, like not counting 2024, of the last 7 years, the only player in the first round to make it to the bigs with the Padres is Jackson Merrill. Like if I go back to first round picks, the last one was okay. It was last one to make it to the bigs was C.J. Abrams.
Oh yeah, that's
C.J.
right.
Abrams, but then he got traded, and then the year before was Ryan Weathers, and then he got traded, and then the year before was Mackenzie Gore, who also made it to the bigs, but then immediately got traded. The only one who didn't like immediately get traded was Eric Lauer, and that's because the Padres kind of sucked. Actually,
Yeah.
they didn't just kind of suck; they absolutely sucked.
Oh, he's in the Astros minor leagues right now.
Yeah, they lit him up the other day.
In the minors?
Yeah. Oh, no wonder Zach Eflin. It's a familiar name. The Padres drafted him in the first round. God,
I actually didn't even know that.
Jesus. Wait, who the hell was their GM in 2012?
Isn't it Mike D, or is that the owner?
Let me see. It
That might have been the owner.
might have been the owner, yeah, because in 2012, it was Josh Burns or however the hell you pronounce that. Because, like, I'm thinking of, because during the offseason, I think I'm going to do a deep dive on, like, the Padres GMs and their history, because they only ever had 11, and I think that's a good enough, like, field of which to do content. And at the same time, like, their drafting acumen is something. Oh, God damn it.
What?
The Mets are getting Huascar Brazoban from the Marlins. I really wanted him on the Padres.
Oh shoot.
Shit.
So do you think that Musgrove's gonna return?
I think he will.
Is that
I
what they're
think he
banking
will.
on?
I don't think they're banking on it. I think they're trying to make another deal right now.
I say Quantrill. I mean, because it'll be a reasonable price in comparison to Anderson, who might just blimp up because his numbers aren't that. His like savant page of numbers aren't even that impressive, anyways.
No, yeah, I want
would go- And
Quantrill.
the Quantrill plus Niebla duo, bro.
That too. That and also Quantrill's cheaper.
Yeah, definitely way cheaper. And plus the Rockies botch everything.
Yeah, we'll probably be able to give them somebody. Let me see. Let me think of a name. Like they'll probably take like Marcos Castañón and Jackson Wolf, and they'll be like, "Oh, we got a great haul." Like, and this is coming from someone who was like kind of high on Jackson Wolf, but he's not been good this year.
Yeah.
Part of it is AAA. Part of it is he's walking too many players. He's walking too many guys. But oh boy. Now I'm really curious as to who takes over some of these top 30 spots. Because have you seen this kid Francis Pena that they have in AA?
Yeah, no, I haven't. What about him?
He's filthy. He's like, where's the scouting report? 70 grade fastball, 55 grade cutter, and he sits high 90s.
That's pretty nasty.
High 90s, gets chases with the cutter, and they're wondering about they're like concerned that he doesn't have like a changeup, but I mean the stuff looked like it's that good. Let's see, what's Mike like? Okay, the Marlins are having a fire sale. Did you see that the league even dunked on the White Sox?
How? What'd they do? Because like trying to tell them to do something?
No, I'm pulling it up. It's actually hilarious. Where'd it go? It's further down. That's not the one I was looking for. That's something else. It's further down. Down here. They did it yesterday. No, it's still
I
going.
think Crochet screwed up big time by saying that.
I don't think it was him. I think that came from his agents.
I know, but I mean, they have to coordinate that together.
Yeah, and they've royally screwed him over. Oh, here it is. I found it. Let me pull it up. This is actually kind of funny.
Give it all away. But in the end, we decided to just give it all away.
Come again, sir. I'm getting back in line.
I love those SpongeBob memes.
Yeah, that's pretty. I was like, oh my goodness. Like Craig. Who's Craig Mish is a Marlins writer, and he's been pretty on point with stuff today. He said, "OMG, more trades coming. This is wild." So
I saw that too.
I'm trying to look at this Marlins roster because there's a lot of guys who could get traded. Like Anthony Bender, the Padres were in conversations about. Like, I don't think the Marlins are going to trade Jake Berger.
Why not?
At this point, you're right. Like, at this point, why not just trade him?
I mean, he's not going to be that expensive. He hasn't had a good year.
True, but who would they trade him to?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, Eloy Jimenez is going to the Orioles.
really? Is he still been injured half the year?
I think so. I think that's
Dude, I'm not big on Eloy Jimenez. I'm not gonna lie.
they're dumping the contract, so they're probably not going to give up anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so literally, I would just replay that SpongeBob meme, and it's still accurate.
Dude, I don't know what the White Sox are gonna do with Luis Robert. I don't think anybody wants him.
Well, I mean, he is the same guy who doesn't tag up to throw runners out on game-winning sac
Oh,
flies.
he doesn't care. Like, he really doesn't care. Like, it's insane.
Okay, who cares less, Luis Robert or Anthony Rendon?
Oh, probably Anthony Rendon, though. I would say
Probably.
that's a disastrous contract, but still.
That's their owner.
I mean, Xander Bogaerts is a good player, but that's still the worst contract in baseball because it's 11 years easily.
Well, if he produces well, like for me, it's all about like the production. Like, I don't care about the term because a 1 year, like there's a saying that there's no such thing as a bad 1 year deal. Kind of true, but if you give someone a 2 year deal and they're atrocious in that first year, that second year might look like terrible. Like it's like with Tyler Anderson. Like last year, his contract looked terrible. Like it's not a ton of money, but it looked like, God, who's going to take on?
It's
this
also
money?
like Bogarts. I mean, I know he's great since he came back, and nobody's denying that he's not a good player. I mean, it's obvious it's an overpay for one, but the problem is like he theoretically and realistically, I don't know how quick it'll be. He'll only regress because he's getting older. That's just how it works. I mean, we've already seen it with Manny Machado. That's not to say that in 2 years he's going to be an awful player, but I mean, because they wanted to make sure they signed him and they wanted to make sure he would do it, that's why they gave him that extensive contract because it's all about long-term money tied up because the AAV is already high. What are we paying him? $25 million a year. I mean, he's producing right now. I mean, I think he's going to turn around and have like a solid year. Maybe he'll get to like a 770 OPS. I don't know. I mean, he looks really good right now, but the fact of the matter is just because of how long-term it is, it's not to say he's a bad player, but it's still a bad contract overall.
And the White Sox are making another trade. They're sending away Tanner Banks to the Phillies. This is going to be interesting because Banks has been pretty solid if you look at his Savant numbers. It's not pretty, but it's like serviceable. And the Phillies, and that's more bullpen help for Philadelphia. So the White Sox are tearing it down. They're selling everything. They're selling the drywall, the insulation, the tile, everything.
12 minutes.
Some stuff will come in afterwards. I know Preller is never done.
What do you think about that Paul Blackburn deal?
They should have traded him last year. They fumbled that so bad. But still, a guy with 2.5 years of team control is better than a guy with 1.5 years of team control in terms of trade value. I think I wanted them to trade him last year. Yeah. And then they didn't. And I was still very confused as to why. It was like, that was your shot to get at least a top 10 prospect. Now they got a borderline top 30 prospect for Paul Blackburn. Like, Paul Blackburn is not going to be an ace. He's like a 4th or a 5th starter. But at the same time, he's a quality 4th or 5th starter that will give you innings.
Yeah.
And that infield for the Mets defensively has definitely turned it around. So I think he's going to a good place. Like, I like that trade. I talked about this like earlier in the stream. Like, the Oakland A's could have gone so much more. Like, they've had the most confusing deadline to me because they nailed the trade about Lucas Erceg. Like, they got a haul for him. They got more than I thought they would.
Yeah.
For Paul Blackburn, they kind of got nothing for him. Now I'm gonna do a video, hopefully, like next week, like recapping all the trade deadline and stuff with jokes and stuff. Hopefully, but some of these teams are just really confusing because I've not yet heard. Let's see, and the Padres. Oh, they just put out the lineup for today. Like, yeah, I love how they caption it. Anyone interested in a lineup for today? No, that's not what we're paying attention to.
Well, that better be accompanied by a starting pitcher because they're trying to say something.
Yeah, let's
I
see.
mean, Rise, Profar, Jake, Manny, Bogarts, Merrill. I want Merrill hitting higher in the order, to be honest with you. I'd like Merrill hitting like third and then Crone hitting sixth or something.
Yeah, it'd probably be pretty good fit. I mean, the thing with Merrill is I understand why you bat him sixth because
deepens the lineup.
Not only does it deepen the lineup, but let's say you get 2 on, 2 out and you don't score. He's like another leadoff guy that you can have in the second inning or something. Like strategically, it makes sense. Like the way that the lineups have been constructed this year, I much prefer it to how Bob Melvin wrote his lineups last year. So,
yeah, I mean, no, that's fair.
That and did you see the quote from Estrada about Tanner Scott?
No, what did it
say? He just did an interview about the bullpen. He wasn't aware that they got Tanner Scott, so they asked him about it. He was like, "Oh, Tanner Scott, that's the lefty I use my bullpen in MLB The Show."
Yeah.
So it's just Estrada's a great interview. If you've heard his interviews before, like this guy's interesting. So apparently Brian Hoeing, like he has really good run on his sinker, and the splitter has some solid run, and opponents are hitting under 100 against the splitter. And the slider's vertical, so I feel like if Niebla gives him a sweeper, like he could be pretty good.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm actually going to retweet this because it's actually really good analysis. Ken Rosenthal, Ken, what do you got for us? Just confirming the Orioles are getting Eloy Jimenez, which is confusing. Like they don't need another DH.
I mean, who's their DH right now?
They're rotating guys like Santander, Mountcastle, like Kauser, Kerstad. I think Kerstad should be their full-time DH.
Yeah.
Like I get that Eloy hits the crap out of the ball. Don't get me wrong, but his sweet spot percentage is terrible. I mean, he doesn't strike out a ton, but he also doesn't walk a ton either. And I don't know if his spray chart really leans well for Baltimore because of that big left field wall.
Yeah.
That and the okay, so Giants are keeping Snell,
but they didn't buy anything. Why would they keep him?
They sold Alex Cobb too.
Like, I don't understand how they expect to make the playoffs without roster. Then, like,
let me see what is on the roster.
I think they're making the exact same mistake the Padres did last year, like where they they kept Snell, but they should have traded Hader or something.
Yeah, I really think they should have traded Hader last year.
I was saying that so much, and I have a Josh Hader signed jersey. I was like, okay, we could. There's a world where we can not necessarily buy out, but we don't sell. We can trade Hader and get good pieces back because everybody's going to want a top end closer. Like he had like a 1.28 ERA last year. Like that was a mistake in my opinion.
Yeah, it really was. I'm going to share the screen really quick because I think you already saw this, but I'm just going to put it up there.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah, I used this saying earlier. It's one of those news lines that's sky is blue, grass is green.
Yeah.
It's like
water's wet.
Yeah, someone literally said Haas shot himself in the foot with the leverage, and I absolutely think they're right. Like, and about the Giants, like their rotation, is fine, but Jordan Hicks has faded after a strong start. Like they just got Robbie Ray back from Tommy John, so I don't know if you have a lot of faith in Robbie Ray off of Tommy John.
Yeah, I don't know.
This team is so weirdly built, like because they have starters, but for some dumbass reason they keep using openers. Like, and the thing is, like, Bob Melvin was like, "Oh yeah, we're not going to do that as much. We're going to have a normal rotation." I think they've used the most openers in the league. And oh my goodness, the Dodgers are getting Kiermaier for Ryan Yarbrough.
Dude, they're gonna revive him this season. He at least said he's retiring after this year too.
I don't know if they can revive the bat.
Bro, don't ever distrust like the Dodgers and bring average players to being MVPs. Trust me.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it. I mean, they did that to Max Muncy. They did that to Matt Kemp when he was washed.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's going to be trades that kind of come in after the hour. Clark sent a post. Oh, shit.
What?
Jack Flaherty's going to the Dodgers.
Official?
Jeff Passan just broke the news.
Oh my goodness. What? They definitely gave up a ton.
They must have. Let me see. Let me pull up their farm system again. I swear, watch them like send. Oh yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we'll send you Gavin Lux and I don't know some guys we found.
Bro, they've had Gavin Lux hitting third the last couple games.
Yeah, Jeff Passan, Flaherty to the Dodgers, Yarbrough to the Blue Jays. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be one of those deadlines where everything's coming in at the buzzer. Okay, guess. Take your best guess. What do you think? Oh, Lauren chimed in. Hi, Lauren. What do you think? So tell me, what do you think the Dodgers are sending for Flaherty?
I think that I know they like River Ryan, but he's in the rotation right now, so I don't think he would be traded. But I could see them trading Diego Cartaya and maybe Kyle Hurt because I think he's a reliever, right?
He's a starter. He's a starter. Oh wait,
Yeah, but I know they like River Ryan, so
They
but
do.
I don't know.
Honestly, for this one, I think they're sending. I think it starts. Actually, I'm going to say it starts with River Ryan because Nick Frosso's out for the year with shoulder surgery. Kyle Hurt just got Tommy John like 2 weeks ago. And the Tigers are really high on Dylan Dingler. Oh, Ryan Cartaya and Ferris.
Is it out?
Let me see. Bob Nightingale. Decision rests with Detroit. Detroit has to decide if they send over Jack Flaherty. Let's see. Nothing yet on the return. Although what Lauren said, I could see being realistic. I could see Cartaya, Ryan, and Ferris because right now the Dodgers aren't going to trade either of these two guys. Even though they'll probably end up because actually wait, I feel like they would trade Dalton Rushing for Tarek Skubal. Oh no, you're good, Lauren. It's all good. That's a good guess. I mean, it makes sense. Like because they don't want to trade DePaula or Rushing. And these two are hurt. So Ryan technically is their highest rated prospect that would probably be moved. Ryan Ferris Cartaya makes sense if you're the Tigers and the Dodgers. Trying to see if there's anything else. They got Kevin Kiermaier. Okay, nothing new yet. Francis Romero. Oh God, what the hell? Martin Perez.
Reloading Jeff Passan's Twitter.
Sam. Martin Perez trade to the Padres according to Francis Romero.
Really?
Yeah.
Martin Perez.
Yeah, Martin Perez.
All right. That's a starter.
That is a starter. Is it a good starter though?
Hey man. Let's see who we give up. All right.
That's true. I don't think it. Watch us send Jackson Wolf over there again.
Where did you see that?
The thing about it's in the chat. It's in the writers chat.
All right, I'm taking a look. Per sources, huh?
I don't know who sources is, but they
Jeff
seem to
Passan
know.
tweet again. No, that was 2 hours ago. Never mind. Well, I'm surprised Passan hasn't gone in on that. If it's like legit.
Oh God, the Tigers got fleeced.
For who? For Flaherty?
Yeah, that's
What
the
is it?
deal.
Let me see.
Tyron Liranzo and Trey Sweeney.
What? Bro.
Their number 8 prospect, who is more of a fielder than a hitter with raw
Dude,
power.
How does that
And
happen?
I don't know what kind of devil magic they have. Let's see what's new.
Maybe they know something we don't. I don't know.
I don't know either, but that's such an underpay. Oh, Luis Garcia is going to the Red Sox. And Dylan Carlson is going to the Rays? What the hell? This trade deadline makes no sense.
Angels reliever going to the Red Sox?
Luis Garcia.
Yeah. I thought they wanted a left-handed pitcher in the bullpen.
I think they must really like Cam Boozer.
Yeah, he's been good. Good story, too.
Oh, yeah, 100%. What trade am I missing? Okay, I'll update the spreadsheet later because this is going to be insane to try to track it right now. There's no way I'm doing that right now.
Wait,
But-
is there any other sources on Martin Perez?
I'm still looking. Oh, the Martin Perez. So far, the only one is Francis Romero. DSG doing a VAR check on Martin Perez, which is like
So DSG at least said something about it?
they just tweeted Martin Perez VAR check valid because he's doing a fist pump celebration. What's the deal with Martin Perez? Like, I know he's one of
De Los Santos.
what?
We gave the Yankees De Los Santos.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you did.
No way.
Yeah, we did.
You're
Oh
kidding.
my goodness, dude! The short porch, dude. He's gonna give 100 homers.
Wait, who tweeted that?
Just
NL
talking Yanks,
De
bro.
Los-
Talking Yanks.
Oh, those guys.
That's
Pass.
John Boy. So it's definitely real.
Oh, Jack Curry. Oh my God. I'm sorry. This is too funny. You sent him to the worst place you could have sent him.
That's insane.
Hey, I know, Lauren, if you're still watching, you don't need to send De Los Santos on that rocket. They sent him to the Yankees.
Dude, that is wild, dude. The short porch, bro.
That is so.
Literally a 3.5 home runs per 9.
I'm sorry. That is too funny. That is too funny to me. Okay. Wait, where's my. Oh, I didn't turn my fan on. I probably should have done that. Cardinals are getting a reliever for Dylan Carlson. The Dodgers got fleeced for Flaherty. Luis Garcia's going to the Red Sox. Kevin Kiermaier for Ryan Yarbrough, so a swap of former Rays. Interesting.
I'm telling my dad about De Los Santos. This is too funny.
Lauren says, the guy who's a Yankee fan at birth can hear me hitting my head against the desk. The Padre fan in me is thrilled. Yeah, I will agree. You don't need to send him on the rocket anymore. Wait, I need to react on the chat.
Nobody else has said anything about Perez, though. I mean, I'm sure it's real.
Perez, I think it's real. I think they just have to confirm it. Timeline stop lagging on me.
Arnold's getting Sean Armstrong from the Rays. Yeah.
Yeah, for Dylan Carlson. Tyone is not getting traded.
Jameson. Bro, so
Yeah.
the Cubs didn't really sell at all.
Yeah. They did more buying than selling.
I thought they were going to trade Bellinger and everybody, to be honest with you, early
Yeah,
on.
that would have been the time to do it, but I guess the Ricketts family doesn't want to eat that much money.
And Bellinger's having a solid year, right? So he would have opted out of the player option.
Yeah.
It's not as good as last year, I know, but like,
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you say Al got owned by Andrew Friedman?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This deadline I've been following the deadline for about 7 years in a row now, and this is the weirdest one I think I've encountered. Probably because so many different cases. Let's see, the Dodgers got Trey Sweeney, who they got for Victor Gonzalez, Pascal Lorenzo for Tigers, Jack Flaherty. Yeah, we were just looking at that, and I mean, Lorenzo is kind of like rushing, just not as good. And then Sweeney is an infielder who's more of a glove first guy. Like, I understand wanting to get something for Flaherty, but this could not have been the best offer you got.
Yeah.
Personally, the Yankees have acquired De Los Santos. I need to. I'm gonna quote tweet this. I need to do this for the laughs. You know that's what's it called? Where'd I put it? You know that clip from Futurama where the guy's laughing and he's like, "Let me
Yeah.
laugh even harder."
Yeah.
That's my reaction to the Enyo de los Santos thing right now. Like, I love how Yankee fans are already panicking. They're like, "Oh no, he's gonna be their closer." No, he's not gonna be your closer. If you're a Yankee fan, you're not getting Enyo de los Santos to be your closer. You know, as much as I hate to agree to say this, I'm surprised we got something for De Los Santos.
So what? Yeah, who did we get?
No idea yet. The return hasn't been tweeted. The returns usually don't come out.
Grisham, bro.
What?
Imagine we get Trent Grisham.
Oh no, we're not getting Grisham. It's too much money.
Yeah. Okay. For real.
I swear, watch us get like Verdugo or something. That would be bad.
I mean, I kind of like that at this point. Like, I still think I'd take him over Peralta.
I think if we get something from the Yankees, it probably won't be like a major league piece.
No, I agree. No way.
Or it would either be a major league piece or someone who's on like the roster bubble to make like the. Because I don't think the Yankees are really worried about money.
Okay, Lauren said the return for Perez is Jimenez, Ronaldo, Jimenez, and a DSL dude. Wait, where
Oh,
did
no,
you
Jimenez is a DSL dude. Like I wrote about him a couple days ago.
I read that wrong.
I'm not surprised. I mean, that's it.
I mean, I know Perez isn't that good, but I mean that's solid.
That's like.
Do we think he's better than Randy Vasquez?
That is a great question.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. I mean, I just can't have another Rich Hill. All right.
That is true.
That was the most miserable thing ever.
That was a terrible deal.
Bro, like it was like G-Man, Troy, and Rich Hill. Like, what are we doing?
Oh God, the Savant page on Martin Perez is terrible.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
I don't
like
think it's good.
Yeah, I would put like the parental guidance required on it because it is terrible. It is not good. It is not pretty at all.
Why? What was wrong with Cal Quantrill? I don't get it.
Rockies probably weren't going to trade him.
Well, they're not building around him. He's a free agent in 2026.
They held on to Elias Diaz. They would have gotten so much for him.
They're idiots. They're so stupid.
I'm telling you, the Rockies are never going to be good as long as until they figure out what the hell they're doing, and they're not going to do that.
Chris said in the Dodgers writers, Prez/Hoeing duo for an opener.
You know, I don't hate that idea.
I don't hate it.
It makes sense logistically. You have them each go through the lineup one time.
I mean, I think it would be Hoeing goes as long as he can, and then you get Perez for the middle innings, and then once you're at like the 6th or 7th, then you go to like our Estrada, Scott, Suarez 1, 2, 3 punch.
Yeah, because I mean that, and also Perez.
At this point, you want to get to the 6th inning in a winnable game, because then your bullpen's going to shut it down.
Oh, 100%, without a doubt. Like I think this is the best I feel about a Padre bullpen in a long time.
No, we have a good bullpen. And especially because like guys like you keep better and like found much better control lately. Like I'm feeling better.
Yep. And I think the only news that is going to come out now is just returns, because Carlson Armstrong was the last deal that was made, unless somehow another deal snuck through here. Let's see.
I don't think so.
The Giants are acquiring Mark Canha. Jesus Christ, San Francisco, what are you doing?
What? Wait, he's on the Tigers, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense at all.
It does not.
Really weird.
I think the thing with San Francisco is I think the general manager is just fighting for his job.
They don't run anything right.
Like, and it's weird too, because like the guy who's their GM right now was like the former GM of the Dodgers. He was the guy who was like under Andrew Friedman.
Yeah. I still think the Dodgers absolutely fleeced the Tigers.
I think the Tigers absolutely screwed themselves by asking for too much. It's clear that they asked for too much.
Yeah, so they got desperate and then they settled for that at the buzzer.
That's the worst. Like, that was so bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
What?
Apparently, an hour ago, Bob Nightingale was like, "Oh yeah, 1 hour remains until the deadline," and he said that the best starters were Crochet of the White Sox and Flaherty of the Dodgers, even though Flaherty was on the Tigers. So I guess he leaked the trade and no one noticed it.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like people would have noticed that like right away.
Yeah, I guess people must have thought it was a typo because Bob Nightingale also fumbled really bad with the
Everything.
Soler trade yesterday. Well, not just everything, but the Soler trade yesterday. He really messed that one up. Have you seen Martin Perez's Savant page from 2022?
His All-Star year?
Yeah.
Is it even good?
Oh, it was pretty good. He had a 2.89 ERA. The FIP was 3.59, so it's like serviceable back end stuff. And
Yeah.
honestly, I have faith in Niebla to do what he does.
Let's do it. I gotta hop off, Diego, because I gotta go drop something off at my grandma's retirement home. But it was
no, for sure. You go for it. Thanks for joining, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Go Padres. Hopefully get the dub tonight. So
Most definitely. I'll be tuning into that. Have a good one, man.
All right,
Take
see you,
care.
bro.
And there we have it, folks. That was Max from Padres Previews. Go sub to him. Link in the description. And just looking at just the deadline right now, kind of dead. I mean, there's not really a ton to keep going with. I mean, Austin Slater just got dealt to the Orioles. Mark Canada, the Giants. The Rockies did nothing. So, Daniel De Los Santos got traded to the Yankees from San Diego. I mean, I'm trying to look at Martin Perez, like if there's anything, like any last couple of things to go off of. Like, okay, so he's either been really good or really bad. Not really much to say now. I mean, I think it's pretty much. I think all the trades are in. No idea. Just having a look here. It's not really much. Just having a look at Twitter. It's kind of dead right now. Okay, so Dylan Floro is going to the Nationals. And that's about it. Well, I'm going to hop off because I've been on here for 6 hours. So thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully I can do this again next season. And as always, go Padres, and thank you for watching.